Well. Snoop Dogg says so much drama in the LBC. I say so much drama being a fan of DC. And so, now we have the Dallas Cowboys, and there is more drama. The very thing that we did not want is the very thing that we now have. Just when we were thinking that this Micah Parsons, Jerry Jones thing was going to be smooth, it is everything but smooth. And tonight, I am going to give us the facts on the Micah Parsons saga. And I'm going to show you who fault this is. And I guarantee you, there will be few content creators that will take this angle that I'm taking. But I'm telling you, I have been reporting on this whole Micah Parsons saga for the longest. And I said in a video I released, I think last week, the Cowboys are going to overpay for Micah Parsons. Now, I thought they were going to overpay for Micah Parsons because of the Joneses' fault. But when we lay out the evidence, we're going to figure out this isn't a Jerry Jones issue. This isn't a Stephen Jones issue. It isn't. I'm just going to lay out the facts. It is what it is. Again, tell me your distraction without being a distraction. Tell me your distraction. If y'all don't believe by now Micah Parsons is a distraction, we better prepare ourselves with Micah Parsons. This is the stuff that we're going to be dealing with for however long that contract is. This is the stuff we're going to be dealing with. Because I believe the Cowboys are going to sign Micah Parsons. But again, they better understand what they're getting. This stuff, what we're watching. So, as everybody come in, let me tell you what the show is going to be about tonight. I think we got some good topics. We only got 3 because the Micah Parsons thing is going to take a little bit of time. We have 3 topics tonight. We're going to be dealing with the Micah Parsons contract. We're going to see if we can get to the Ted McMillan slander, which is absolutely insanity. And there are more Cowboys interviews. At least as far as Brian Schottenheimer, Jerry Jones. We watched Stephen Jones this morning. And so we're going to watch some of Jerry Jones, and we're going to watch some of Brian Schottenheimer this evening also. So we're going to try to get to all of it. But again, boy, I'm about to break this thing down because I've already been breaking this down on Micah Parsons. Problem is, don't nobody like when I break it down. But I'm going to break it down again. One thing you're going to know following me is you're going to know the truth. You're going to know the truth. Might not be popular for it. I don't know what else to tell us, but it is what it is. The truth needs to be told. And I'm tired of this fake media that we have. It's like they just go wherever the stories are. Nobody wants to deal in the truth when it comes to who they like. But when it comes to who they don't like, they will dig up every bone they can on you because in their eyes, it's always your fault because they don't like you. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come in, please hit that like button, share, subscribe if you already haven't. We are on the road. We at 8,639 subscribers right now. We are on the road. We are trying to hit 10,000 subscribers by the end of April. But if you want to, I would love even more than that. But we're trying to make this one of the biggest and one of the best communities we can for the Dallas Cowboys, especially to hear facts. And real quick, let's get a roll call up in here. See who's up in here. All right. Quick roll call. My man Jerry Thomas is up in here first. Good to see you. Keith, what up with you? Gregory Carpenter. Gregory, I've been saying it, didn't I? I've been saying it, Gregory. Money. Gregory, I said it. And I've been taking a lot of flack for it. But I've been saying it. And I'm going to tell the truth again on this thing. William Luke, what's up? Ice cold cowboy. Yes, sir. Show me the money. I'm going to show us what a hypocrite that Micah Parsons truly is. My man Alex, what's going on? Gregory, I see you. You said he's a diva. DC4L, Mr. Brightside, my man. What's going on with you? John Jones, what up? What up? Randy Jackson, what's up? You in the kin of Michael Jackson. Hallelujah. What's up? Back to back. Yeah, I'm grinding. I am grinding. DC4L, 44 people. Y'all keep going. Get them likes up. Lee Jackson, what up with you? Greg Jackson, good to see you. What's up? Lee Jackson, I only know one way to do it. I try to give it by the facts. All right. Good to see everybody in here. I'm sure we'll get a few more as we keep going along. But again, we got a great show for everybody tonight. It's going to be absolutely awesome. Micah Parsons contract. Ted McMillan slander. Cowboys interviews. Man, we got a bunch of them. Got a bunch of Cowboys interviews. Yep. All right. Let's get started.
Here we go.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Gregory Carpenter. We got to stay with that truth, my brother. Yep. Big Cloud, what's up? Oh, Big Cloud. Boy, me and you on the same page. I'd trade him and move up in the draft. Dog in college and a diva in the NFL. Woo, you just said something. Boy, you just said something. DFW Sportscast, what's up with you? All right. Yeah, let's get started. OG Cowboys fan for life, what up with you? Let me tell y'all something. This is unequivocally Micah Parsons' fault. This is unequivocally Micah Parsons' fault. Before we go to the interview of where people are saying Jerry Jones blatantly disrespected Micah Parsons' agent. Did he? Did Jerry Jones, and I will say this, let me put this part on there. Jerry Jones did disrespect Micah Parsons' agent, but only in this way. Where Jerry Jones disrespected Micah Parsons' agent is that he said that he didn't know his name. Now, I cannot verify whether or not Jerry Jones knows the name of Micah Parsons' agent. I'm just telling you what he said. Jerry Jones said he don't know Micah Parsons' agent. I just have to assume that he does. I have to assume that he does. It would be hard for me to fathom that Jerry Jones does not know Micah Parsons' agent. But is Jerry Jones the one disrespecting Micah Parsons' agent? Or did Micah Parsons disrespect his agent like I told you he did from the beginning? No, this disrespect of Micah Parsons' agent comes from Micah Parsons. Let me show you. Let me show you where this dumbness began. Exactly where I told y'all, and some people didn't like when I pointed this out. Ooh, you're a Micah Parsons hater. No, I'm just telling you the truth and common sense. Let me show you where this dumbness began. Let me take you back to when Micah Parsons dissed or tried to diss one Rain Dakota Prescott. Y'all remember this interview? Let's roll it.
You anticipate the next offseason being like for you? When everything and getting
All right. Now listen to what's being said.
everything and getting his deal. What do you anticipate the next offseason being like for you when it comes to that contract?
Man, when it comes to the contract side,
Once again, I think, Jerry, I'm Jerry's guy.
Right here. Start putting this stuff in your mind. Micah Parsons says, Jerry is my guy. Who has not heard me say how strange I thought this was? Micah Parsons, referring to the GM, the owner and GM of the Dallas Cowboys. He's referring to him as his guy. Remember? Listen.
I think it'll be quite, I know it's easier said than done because I'm not at the table, but, that's my guy.
Wait a minute. He says it again. Jerry Jones is his guy. Who talks like this? I just can't remember a player. I've said this before. I cannot remember a player with this kind of dialogue. The owner? You're talking about a contract and you're saying the owner is your guy. It gets better. Listen.
We talk about it and we talk about how much we appreciate each other.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about? Wait a minute. What are you talking about? Y'all talk about it. Y'all talk about it? Y'all talk about it. Really?
But I know numbers talk, but man, I just, at the end of the day, whatever it takes for me to just continue to be a Cowboy until I retire, that's what I want.
He said, whatever it takes. He said, whatever it takes. Micah Parsons said that. He said, whatever it takes to be a Cowboy. This is Micah Parsons talking. I'm about to show you this is where the nonsense began, because I'm going to show you through a chain of events the reason why Jerry is so livid right now and why Jerry disrespected his agent. Because Micah Parsons disrespected his agent first, and now he mad that Jerry Jones is doing the same thing he been doing. Because if you've been disrespecting your agent, why wouldn't I? It's the same thing about a man. If you're going to disrespect your wife, then what am I supposed to do? If you disrespect your wife, other folk will disrespect your wife. You disrespect your husband, other folk disrespect your husband. You disrespect your friends, other folks disrespect your friends. I'm telling you. Micah Parsons, hallelujah, says, oh, gee, so you're trying to say he did his agent dirty. By now he's trying to backtrack because somebody told him about himself. Hey, hallelujah, we about to lay out them facts. This started way back in the season with this dumb jargon. Oh, it get better. It get better. Listen to this part. Listen to the question and then listen where I take it.
What's better than a limited time deal?
I'm telling y'all, I understand fully why Jerry Jones is furious about this matter. I understand fully. It's like somebody flirting with another man on their job, and then when the man try to make a move on them, I would just play. No, you started this nonsense. Listen to this. Now, I told y'all this was going to happen because Micah Parsons was using all these semantics and he was trying to be the hero over Dak Prescott because he was taking shots at Dak Prescott. You don't believe me? Listen to him right here.
How can I create the best foundation and play with the guys who've helped me create a lot of success? Those guys helped me get to where I am, where I could become the highest paid player. So, I would like, for as many of us to be here as possible so we can continue having success, winning seasons. I know we've been injured, but, I don't think that changes the outcome. I think these last couple of weeks and been defining of our, our real defense that's come together, learning a new system. So, to me, it's just all about, the aggressiveness on how we look at, free agency and who I want to play next to, because I feel like
Wait. Don't ever forget this. This sticks out in my mind. Watch the smirk. Micah Parsons is very calculated in what he's about to say. Watch the smirk on his face. And this is the very thing that people ought to be throwing in his face. Watch the smirk on his face before he makes this statement. Just watch the smirk again.
Get, free agency and who I want to play next to, because I feel like.
Look. Watch the smirk. He knows he's about to say something out of pocket. Listen.
You see a lot of times, highest paid, player, then we say they don't have weapons or, they don't have this. So.
Wait a minute, what? Wait a minute, what? The highest paid player, you know what they say? They don't have weapons? Strange to me. Oh, I know. This dispute is because Micah Parsons actually doesn't want to be the highest paid non-quarterback. That's not what this is dispute about. This dispute is actually about Micah Parsons being the lowest paid player at his position. That's what he wants to be. Oh, wait, hold on. It gets better. You remember this part right here?
Is David going to have to understand that too?
In my eyes, I don't think there's a big difference between 30. At that point, I don't think there's a big difference between 30 and 40 million.
Who hasn't heard me destroying this argument on this channel? Who hasn't heard me destroying it? How many times have I destroyed this argument on this channel, saying that there's no difference between 30 and 40 million? Really? How many times have y'all heard me destroying this argument? Don't you dare raise your children with this dumb rhetoric. And all it was rhetoric. It was just pure, unadulterated rhetoric. That's all it was. And I was telling y'all when this dude said this, I said, I believe it when I see it. I want to see the contract. Because this dude was trying his best to destroy Dak Prescott in the court of public opinion. You better believe he was. That's exactly what this joker was doing. You know what they say about the highest paid player? Hold on a second. Did the highest paid player play for the Baltimore Ravens? Did the highest paid player play for the Kansas City Chiefs? Oh, wait a minute. I know the highest paid player plays for the Philadelphia Eagles. Who was the highest paid player at that time? Because right now, it's none other than Josh Allen, because Josh Allen has the most guaranteed money for a player in NFL history. So in reality, on the backside, Josh Allen is now the highest paid player in the league. Dak Prescott, quote unquote, is the highest paid annually per year paid quarterback in the league, which he isn't even that anymore now that he's already reworked his deal. Who we think he talking about? Talking about Dak Prescott. That's who we talking about. That's why he put that smirk on his face. And notice what he's doing. This guy has brought up Dak Prescott. Well, Dak Prescott became the highest paid player. What do you think about that? He wants to take the hero role. I don't think there's a difference between 30 and 40 million. Listen to him again.
In my eyes, And that's just me talking like.
Is David going to have to understand that too?
Hold on. Did you check? Is David going to be mad at this? Y'all know who David is, right? David is his agent. David is the guy who Jerry Jones said he don't know his name. David is the guy that Micah Parsons is sitting up here on a national interview disrespecting his agent. He's basically negotiating his contract in the court of public opinion. I'm sorry, if I would have been Jerry Jones and I'd have slapped that doggone contract down on that table, that joker says 30 million. Why are you coming with 30 million? Because Myles Garrett makes 40 million per year annually, and you said, and I quote, and I got it on tape, you said there's no difference between 40 and 30 and 40 million. So we're bringing you the $30 million that you said there was no difference in. Jerry better than me. Jerry better than me. This right here, this wouldn't even be up for discussion for me. This isn't even a discussion for me. I am going to put this tape on loop. I got this on loop. But hold on. Every time he tell me he want 31, I'm going to say, but do you remember what you said? You said, Micah, there's no difference in 30 and 40 million. Myles Garrett got 40 million. We're going to give you 30 million. Jerry didn't say this. Steven didn't say this. His agent didn't say this. Micah Parsons said this mess.
My agent might be mad at me. I even said that, but you know.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. So the agent can be mad at Micah Parsons, which is really who we should be pointing his anger toward. But everybody want to be mad at Jerry Jones. Not me. Not me. No. I'm not mad at Jerry Jones. I thought it was Jerry and Steven holding this up. I'm not mad at Jerry Jones no more. And I told y'all this morning, and now I believe even more, this is not his agent. Everybody's, oh, it's his agent. It's not his agent. It's not his agent. I told y'all this morning, this man has the ultimate say-so over what his agent does. He does. He can go to his agent right now and say, shut up. Don't you demand another thing from the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry's my dog. Jerry's my guy. Don't you demand another thing. Don't you demand another thing. I want the contract signed tonight. I'm signing it tonight. And I don't want 40 million. I want 30 million. He could do that. He could do that right now. Right now. He's not doing it. Intelligent Savage, my man up in here. What's up? Yes, sir. Salute you too, my brother. I'm telling us. This started with Micah Parsons. Nisi, say it again. He would love it. Nisi, I agree with you. He would love to be paid more than Dak Prescott. He wants to be the leader of this team. But the Joneses keep saying it over and over and over. Steven said it again when we listened to him today. Dak Prescott is the unequivocal leader on this team. Steven said it, not me. Steven said it. And Jerry Jones said something similar to what Brian Schottenheimer said. He said that Micah Parsons, he wants him to step up and be a leader. This ain't leadership. This ain't leadership. This isn't leadership. This whole contract discussion, it's Micah Parsons being Micah Parsons. You say one thing and you do another one. This is what we're watching. Hey, I'm with you, Jared. Micah has stopped throwing shade. It's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing he was throwing shade at Dak Prescott, and now he's doing something that Dak never did. Dak did not. He did not negotiate his contract in the court of public opinion. He did not do it. Did not do it. Yeah, on the front side, we will. This year, we'll have more cap room. We won't next year. It all depends on how they structure that Micah Parsons contract, which Daniel M., I'm positive they're going to structure that contract just like they've done the rest. They're going to probably make it a 4 or 5 year deal. They're going to probably make it a 4 or 5 year deal. They're going to put the void years in there to 2032. And then they're going to put the money down into the void years. This is just how you do these contracts. But at the end of the day, no. I'm doing this deal different with Micah Parsons. I like Micah Parsons, but I'm not doing this stuff. I'm not doing this stuff with Micah Parsons. And the reason why they do this stuff to Jerry Jones is because these agents all believe, hey, man, Jerry Jones, he'll say this, he'll say that. And all Jerry Jones is going to do is cave into what you want him to do. And that's probably what Jerry's going to cave in and do. But I tell you this. All the Micah Parsons fans better be glad it's not me. Because I wouldn't be doing this. A man is only as good as his word. And when you tell me there's no difference between 30 million and 40 million, you can book it. I'm holding you. I'm holding you to your word. I'm holding you to your word. I'm sorry. I'm holding you to your word. I got you on tape. It's not like this was a personal conversation. This man is having this conversation with the entire world saying this stuff. And if I'm Jerry Jones sitting there, I can remember Stephen Jones came out the week after he said this and said, Michael gets it. Michael gets it. Does he get it, Stephen? Does he get it? Because now I'm realizing this contract holdup has not been the Joneses. I owe the Joneses an apology. This contract holdup has not been the Joneses. It hasn't. It's been Micah Parsons. It's been Micah Parsons saying one thing in the court of public opinion, saying another thing to Jerry Jones behind the scenes. And then when the rubber meets the road, when Jerry does something that is conducive based on the behavior he's been displaying, all of a sudden now he's offended. Okay, we're going to keep watching this, the tea leaves on this. Hold on a second.
You know, for me, I mean, bro, I've already been blessed enough, bro. Like, I can't complain too much in life.
Micah, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
That talk right there, didn't I tell you? Tell your children, don't talk like this in front of people. This is the kind of talk right here you keep behind closed doors. You don't talk like this in front of people. Did I not say when Micah Parsons first said this? Micah Parsons should not be doing this, and he should be leaving all of this contract talk to his agent. I said it then. Oh, hold on. So you've been talking to Jerry Jones, he's your guy and all this. Now you want to start going to the agent. Okay. I got some more evidence for you. This is not a Jerry Jones issue. This is a Micah Parsons issue. 1,000%. This is a Micah Parsons issue. And people have the unmitigated gall. They're trying to destroy Jerry Jones by saying that Jerry Jones is this and Jerry Jones is that. And no. Jerry Jones is acting just like someone, a married person on a job, been flirting with a single person on the job, making them think like the action gonna happen. And then when you make a move, all of a sudden now they're crying, oh, I never gave you the indication. Hold on a second. You gave me your number. We've been talking outside the job. We've been meeting outside the job. We've been going to dinner. You've been touching on me, flirting on me, kissing on me. And then when I try to make the move, you say you never tried to make the move. This is why Jerry Jones is livid right now. I'm going to show you. Listen to this. I'm not done. Let me show you why. Let me connect the dots for you. Micah Parsons said something in that interview way back in the season. I think that was around November-ish. I want you to hear what Jerry Jones said today, and I'm going to let you hear what Stephen Jones said today too. Listen to this. Let me cue it up. You ready for the megaton bomb? You know how I know that Micah Parsons has been talking to Jerry Jones? Do you remember what he said? Him and Jerry Jones, they speak often. And I'm telling you, him and Jerry have been talking about contracts, numbers, and all of these things. Watch this.
And is not and won't guarantee us a Super Bowl. It will not.
Now, he just said something. Now, Jerry, this doesn't do you any good to say this. Jerry said signing Micah Parsons basically doesn't guarantee a Super Bowl. You think? You think? Of course it doesn't. Jerry he needs players around him too. Did I not say that the other day? Michael needs players around him too. But watch this.
To clarify,
The
Jerry, when
plan-
you say you've talked about every issue, do you mean you and Micah or you and Micah's agent?
No, me and Micah,
Okay.
directly.
And have you spoken
Like
with
I
his
said,
agent about
Micah is one of 3 individuals that has my Super Bowl number. Has my a cell phone number.
Wait a minute, what? What? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Jerry Jones, do y'all hear what this man just said? 3 people have his personal cell phone number. Micah Parsons is in those 3? Now, let me tell you something. I wouldn't be surprised if Dak Prescott is not in those 3. And let me tell you why. Because Dak don't operate like this. Dak don't operate like this because Dak understands the difference between the football business and the football game. And when it comes to the football business, Dak ain't playing. Dak is only dealing with the football playing. He lets his agents deal with the football business so he don't have to be doing and dealing with this stuff that Micah Parsons keeps doing in the court of public opinion. Jerry just told us something. Him and Michael been talking. And Michael ain't just got that phone number, y'all. Michael didn't just get that phone number. Michael been had that phone number. He been had that phone number. Him and Jerry been talking. Been talking. What did we hear just a couple of weeks ago? Attack on the Cowboys reported. Attack on the Cowboys reported. Jerry Jones had called who? Micah Parsons? He called Micah Parsons. What do you think he was talking about? You know how I know he was talking about a contract? Because Terrence Parsons not only talked to AOC, Terrence Parsons also talked to who else? Mike Fisher. And Terrence Parsons, if you listen to Terrence Parsons, you would think Micah Parsons would already be signed, wouldn't he? You would think he's already been signed. Why? Because I'm telling you, he had been talking to Jerry Jones. Did you hear what this lady said? You've been talking to Micah Parsons and his agent. Listen to this. Y'all mad at Jerry Jones. Let me let you hear this part again.
Micah announces he's got a contract. Are you? No. No. That is not the only thing we're out here that has my Super Bowl number. Has my a cell phone number. He asked for it about a month ago and said, I want to be able to talk to you at any time. And I said, Michael, you're one of the few, but we'll talk.
I don't believe this month ago stuff. They've been talking. They've been talking. And I know they've been talking not just based on the cell phone stuff. Watch this. You think, no, he said no. I'm going to show you. Stephen Jones is going to clearly state for us even more clear, why has this arisen? I believe he been had Jerry's phone, but Jerry said a month ago. Listen to this.
Talk anytime. Call me.
What is it?
Anytime, any calls.
What's that?
Did you catch what Jerry said? And he calls. And he calls. And even if he hasn't had Jerry's personal cell phone number, I bet you that Michael has still been able to talk on the phone to Jerry Jones even without his personal cell phone number. Now, what I take from Jerry saying his personal cell phone number, when you start dealing with rich guys, they typically have more than one phone. They're like drug dealers. They got 2 phones. Some of them probably got 3. They got multiple phones. I guarantee you. Some phones are for business. Some phones are for family. And sometimes people have phones. They just don't want nobody else to know. They don't want nobody to know that these are their phones. But Jerry said a month. No, this has not been going on just a month. And I'm going to show you the evidence of this. Because Micah Parsons was already saying him and Jerry talk all the time. How were they talking? How were they talking? Michael was going places with him, and I guarantee you, Michael, in some form or another, was talking on the phone. Jerry says now he has his personal cell phone number. But again, I'm going to show you the tea leaves. They've been talking long before this because Micah Parsons said this back in November. This is why Jerry is livid. Micah and Jerry they've been talking about this contract, just like Micah said way back in November. This is why Jerry is mad.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do agents think of you got when you have those direct talks with players? Do you think they're like, wait a minute, we don't want that?
Yeah, and are you kidding me? That's just not something that you should worry about. You should be worrying about your ability to make it work, and you should be worried about what the player does. Does he have good enough health? Does he have enough skill to do what you're paying him the money for? The agent is not a factor here.
Why is he saying that? I told y'all Jerry needs an interpreter. I'll take Jerry at his word. He gave Micah the cell phone number a month ago. I don't believe it. I think it's been longer than that, because Micah Parsons has already alluded to back in November. Him and Jerry talk what? Every now and then? He said all the time. But notice what Jerry said. The agent is not a factor here. Here. What does that mean when he says here? Because what he's livid about is that him and Micah Parsons have had ongoing conversations without his agent present. That's what Jerry is telling us. They've been talking without the agent present. So Jerry is basically saying something. If we've already been talking without the agent present, well, why do we need to talk with the agent present when we've already agreed on what we were going to pay you? I guarantee you they've already agreed on the number, and the agent came back and said no. No. And talked Micah Parsons into, you can get more. You can get more.
Of something to worry about. And I don't know his name.
Now that part right there, that's Jerry Jones taking a shot. I'm pretty sure Jerry Jones knows Micah Parsons' agent. I'm sure he does. I'm sure he has to know that name has to have come up in conversations. But Jerry, I'm telling y'all, Jerry is saying something more nefarious. Jerry is mad. Now, Jerry's not going to put Micah Parsons all the way out there on Front Street. But Jerry is saying this as clear as Jerry can say it. Me and Micah Parsons been talking about this. Micah Parsons, he said it too. We've been talking about my contract and how much we appreciate each other. You don't have those type of conversations without your agent. Excuse me. You don't have those conversations. And Micah is having those conversations. And this is why Jerry is saying this. And I'm going to show you more proof of how I know Micah Parsons has been doing some things that are very unprofessional when it comes to talking about contracts. Don't deal in the court of public opinion. Don't be talking to Jerry Jones by yourself.
And so my point is that I'm not trying to demean him in any way, but this isn't about an agent. The agent doesn't have one thing to do with what we're doing when we get on a football field again.
You see, this is where Jerry is wrong. The agent has everything to do with it. Because the agent will determine for his player whether or not he gets on the field. Watch what happens if Micah Parsons doesn't get this extension. I will not be surprised if Micah Parsons is signed by Friday. I will not be surprised if we wake up tomorrow and Micah Parsons is signed now that this is boiled over. But I wouldn't be surprised either if Jerry Jones and Steven get in their feelings a little bit and then they wait until voluntaries come up and see if Micah Parsons is going to be there without a contract. Because I'm hearing Jerry say the same thing that Brian Schottenheimer said, and now it's starting to click with me. he may not have a contract by the time the voluntaries come up. So Brian Schottenheimer is saying you got a great opportunity here. Don't let the contract be a distraction. What are you saying? What are you saying, Shotty? Show up for voluntaries. Show up for voluntaries because you're going to get the deal. Trust us, you're going to get the deal. I fully believe it too. I just don't think Jerry has I don't think Jerry has the nerve to trade Micah Parsons. I don't think he has the nerve. I don't. Steven, I believe, has the nerve. Jerry, I don't think he has the nerve. I don't think Jerry has the nerve to do it. Jerry Jones, I believe, and this is why I say, at this point, Jerry, cave. Because it doesn't make sense to make a stance if you're going to cave to what they're asking for now anyway. Just cave in and sign the contract. Let's get on past it. Just do it now. Do it now. Rather than doing it later, because we know you're going to do it later. But I'm telling you why Jerry is mad. Jerry and Micah Parsons have been talking about this dumb contract behind closed doors. And Micah Parsons knows full well they've been talking about this contract. Jerry's not going to put him full all the way out there on Front Street. But by Jerry saying, there's only 3 people that have my personal cell phone number. He's telling us something. Micah Parsons, all he's saying, it's a fancy way of saying, Micah Parsons has that cell phone number. We've been talking. They've been talking before he got that cell phone number because Micah Parsons said they had been talking way back in November. And again, I'm going to let you hear Steven tell you again too.
Yes, the team. Micah does. To the degree I'm involved, I do. The people that have something to do with what we do going forward relative to our fans in football are me and the player, not the agent. And I'm not demeaning the agent. I'm just saying anybody can do this, and that's talk directly to a player. And frankly, most people that negotiate me will tell you that they were better off than negotiating with.
You catch what he's about to say? You know what Jerry's about to say? Most people will tell you that they've come out better in contract negotiations by talking to me directly. That's what he wants to say, because there are some players that they have talked to, I believe, without their agents. And I think DeMarcus Lawrence was one of them. They did this to it once upon a time.
Anybody, Stephen or anybody involved. So this is not uncommon. It's directly with as far back as Emmett, Dion, and we, by the way, maintained a relationship that lasted well after their playing days.
Is this a different?
With money.
Is this a different arrangement than you took with Dak, for example, when you did speak with the agent regularly? Or at least you negotiated with the agent, you and Steve?
But I spoke with Dak as well. And I spoke with Dak during the contract negotiations. So that's different is not, would not be accurate here. If I felt like anybody that we have, that I wanted to sit down and talk about his agreement, talk about his business. I can't tell you the players I have come up and talk to me about where they invest their money and what they do, and whether they should, frankly, they're trying to get a read too. How they're kind of looking at their future.
Now, I'm going to show you something that Jerry's doing. Jerry's playing games right here. Jerry know doggone well that he's not talking. Did you see what he started saying? He started talking about financial stuff like, okay, what do you do with your money? How do you invest your money? Jerry, no one's tripping on you talking to a player about how they invest their money. Nobody tripping on that, and that is probably not uncommon. And if there's any owner that somebody would want to talk to about investing their money, you would probably be the owner they would want to talk to. But as it applies to contracts, Jerry knows full well that there are these players, in particular, Dak Prescott did not talk business with Jerry Jones. Dak Prescott didn't talk numbers with Jerry Jones. He's not talking numbers. He's not talking about any of those things with Jerry Jones. And someone says, well, gee, how do you know that? Let me show you. Let me show you how I know it. Listen to Stephen Jones. Stephen Jones gets asked the same question about negotiating Micah Parsons' contract without his agent. Listen to this.
And we've had them from, and all these players have great agents too. That's the term he wanted, and we were comfortable with that.
Now watch, Clarence Hill, the same one who is saying, and I love Clarence Hill. He has a lot of great stuff over there on DLLS. But Clarence Hill be asking these. He knows how to ask questions. He's been around the business a long time, and he's asking about disrespecting the agent. And he posted on X about this agent being disrespected, but I disagree with him. I don't think the agent is being disrespected by Jerry, other than Jerry saying you don't know his name. But I think Jerry is saying something. No, me and Micah Parsons have been talking about this deal without his agent. That's why I offered him the deal without the agent. Listen to what Stephen Jones says, and this is how I know that Jerry was not talking to Dak Prescott about his contract. Listen.
Usually when you speak, you guys will talk more to Micah personally than his agent. Can you talk about how that's...
You know, all those are different, Clarence. I mean, we've had them from, and all these players have great agents too. I mean, we deal with agents all the time. Dak was one of those guys who wanted us, when it was business, to talk to his agent.
Did you catch it? No. Don't let Jerry fool you. Jerry is trying to mince his words a little bit because he's trying to say that it's not unusual to talk to players. Well, it's not unusual to talk to players. It is very unusual to be talking to players about their contracts without their agents being present, like it would be for a person who is up on some kind of trial to be talking to the DA without his lawyer. You're not talking to the police. You're not talking to a DA without your lawyer. These agents are basically their money lawyers. They know these players don't understand all these moving parts on these contracts the way they do. So hey, don't talk to them. Don't talk to Jerry and Steven without me talking to him. You know what he said? When Dak talked to the Cowboys, Dak didn't want to talk numbers with the Cowboys. You want to talk plans on what we're going to do in the future? Fine. Numbers, not talking.
We deal with agents all the time. Dak was one of those guys who wanted us, when it was business, to talk to his agent.
See? Dak didn't have no problem talking to them. But when it came to the contract, talk to my agent. Talk to my agent. I'm not talking to you. Talk to my agent. You want to talk about plans you have for the team? We can talk. You want to talk about money? Talk to my agent. That's how Dak dealt with him the whole time. And Dak has been very standoffish. And I'm going to tell you, Tony Romo, I believe, Romo was one of these people that was actually negotiating directly with Jerry. And I think this is kind of being the difference between Dak and Jerry. Dak has been a lot more business, football business. More football business than Tony Romo ever was as it applies to the Joneses. And so, Steven, listen to him. He's going to tell you about Micah Parsons again. He's going to drop this nugget.
We had Zach Martin. We've had Jason Witten. We've had Tony Romo. We've had DeMarcus Lawrence, as you talked about, that like to come up and talk about their business.
Now, see, I don't know if people remember, but DeMarcus Lawrence, during his contract dispute, he wound up, I think, talking to Stephen Jones, it was reported. DeMarcus Lawrence talked to Stephen Jones by himself and then wound up signing a new contract. And some people saying taking even less money than what he could have took. Some players do this. Dak didn't do this. And this agency, and I'm going to show you again by the facts, this agency that Micah Parsons is signed to, I promise you, that agency will not allow or will advise their players, do not talk to the owners, the GMs, or anyone without them being present as it applies to numbers. But Micah has been saying this stuff out in the court of public opinion. And this is one of the things that's got this riled up. And now he's got Jerry Jones' personal cell phone number. And if Jerry say he's in a month, okay, I'll take him at that. Him and Micah been talking long before then because Micah already said they talk all the time. That was back in November of 2024. They've been talking. And I'm telling you, they've been talking numbers.
And certainly we've got an open door policy when it comes to that, but we also have respect for representatives as well.
Well, Jerry doesn't.
But Micah likes to visit.
Did you catch that? Micah likes to visit. Micah likes to visit. Micah has been talking about these numbers with Jerry Jones. I'm telling you, he's been talking about this stuff. This is why Jerry Jones is mad. Jerry is mad. Jerry is mad because he knows that him and Micah have settled on or had settled on some type of number. And I'm pretty sure they're trying to pay Micah Parsons handsomely. But obviously his agent doesn't think so. And let me just show you what Micah Parsons posted. Now, this is what Micah Parsons posted after dealing in the court of public opinion and after talking with Jerry Jones about, and I'm telling you, he's been talking about this contract because this doesn't sound like the same Micah Parsons that was on ESPN. Look at this. Clarence Hill says, Jerry Jones with blatant disrespect to Micah Parsons' agent, David Mulugeta. The agent is not a concern here. I don't know his name. Mulugeta is one of the best and most respected agents in the NFL. Parsons is wise to have hired Mulugeta. Y'all better listen to what Jerry Jones is saying. I think Jerry is telling us something very simple. I don't know this guy because I haven't really been talking to him. I've been talking to Micah Parsons. Stephen Jones said, Michael likes to talk. We already know this, don't we? I know people don't like it. Jerry is saying something very simple. He's saying, and I believe Jerry in old man talk is saying, I'm really not trying to disrespect the guy. I don't know his name. So the only way you wouldn't know this guy's name is that you really haven't been talking to him. He hasn't been talking to him. And it doesn't even sound like, and I could be totally wrong if something comes out. It don't sound like any of these contracts that anyone is saying that have been placed before Micah Parsons. It doesn't sound like these contracts have been placed before Micah Parsons with his agent. It just don't sound like it. But now Micah Parsons says, David is the best, and I will not be doing any deal without David Mulugeta. That's a shot at Jerry Jones. I will not be doing any deal without Mulugeta involved. That's a shot at Jerry Jones. Straight up. Like anyone with good sense. So y'all tell me, maybe I'm crazy. Is it good sense to be saying there's no difference between 30 and 40 million? Y'all help me out, because maybe I'm dumb. Does it make sense to say there's no difference between 30 and 40 million? Does it make sense to say that me and Jerry have been talking? I know the contract's going to get done. Jerry's my guy. Jerry's my uncle. I don't have to be the highest paid player in at my position. Does that sound like somebody talking with good sense? Because this sounds like someone talking with good sense, like someone said and prepared this statement like anyone with good sense. I hired experts for a reason. So if you hired experts for a reason, explain to me what expert would tell you to say before you sign your contract, there's no difference between 30 and 40 million. Tell me the expert who would say that. You hired an expert, but you clearly said, and David may be mad at me. Really? You hired your agent and then you undermined him. You undermined your own agent, but then you get mad when Jerry Jones undermines your agent. I'm telling y'all, they've been talking about this contract. He says there is no one I trust more when it comes to negotiating contracts than David. So you're saying you don't trust Jerry Jones to give you the contract that you need or you want. Really? You think? Really? He says there will be no back doors in this contract negotiation. What does he mean by back doors? What does he mean by back doors? Because if he's talking about backdooring his agent, he did that. He started this from the beginning. And when he started this, I believe that Jerry thought, okay, it's okay then. You just said you take 30 million. There's no difference between 30 and 40 million. It's crazy to me. It's crazy. Drew 912, he said, you believe everything Jerry's saying? Yeah. I believe everything Jerry isn't saying because I believe what Micah Parsons is saying. I've just showed you. The person who undermined his agent is Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons started this dumbness. Drew 912, I don't know if you've ever negotiated a contract, but I have. I've negotiated a couple of contracts. And I'm telling you, the one thing you learn in contract negotiation, Drew 912, is shut up. Shut your mouth when you're negotiating a contract until it's time to sit at the table. And when you sit at the table, there's no small talk. You tell people what you want and you be done with it. You're done with it. You don't do all this, yeah, man, you cool. You know, we really need, hey, man, I know you need me. See, I'm different. Maybe you different, my man. I respect I respect your game. My game different. I don't have to sit down with folk talking about, hey, man, man, you bring a lot to the table. I know I'm bringing it. I'm the one bringing it to the table. That's not me bragging. I know the ability that God has given me. I'm not about to sit with someone debating or someone trying to hype me up about my ability that God has given me so they can then say, man, we really need you, man. You got a lot of ability. You good and blah, blah, blah. So how about you take a pay cut? Really? So you just told me how good I am, how much you need me, and all these great glowing things only for you to try to undersell me. No, when I sit down with a contract negotiation, bam, this is what I want. This is what I need. This is what I want. This is what I need. You take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. And if I got somebody doing the contract for me, Drew, you better believe I'm not going to be out saying things that may hamper the negotiation. I'm not doing that. Drew 912, you just said you believe everything Jerry said. I don't think that's the question. Do you believe everything Michael said? Because you can't believe what Michael said, can you? Because for me, it's no longer about what Jerry said. If Michael said there's no difference between $30 and $40 million. So you tell me, Drew, where should the baseline of Micah Parsons' contract be? You tell me. You tell me down in the chat. I'm going to come back and find you in a minute. You tell me, Drew, that if you said there's no difference in 30 and 40 million, and if Myles Garrett got 40 million per year, you said there's no difference between 30 and 40 million, Drew. So if you tell me that, what are you expecting? Tell me what you're expecting. Greg Martz, Gene Martz, appreciate that super chat. G got me rolling. G said Michael and his guy Jerry are in on this together just for the attention. Oh, hey. Gene, let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you something where I agree with you. They're one and the same. Y'all might as well get ready. When Jerry signs Micah Parsons, because he is, Y'all get ready. I've just come to the conclusion. This is what we're going to have to deal with for 5 years. 4 or 5 years. It all depends on how they do the contract. This is what we're going to be dealing with. The Micah Parsons stuff, it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. We're going to have to take the bad with the good. Micah Parsons is going to be a great player for us. We're also going to have to accept that he shares a lot in common with Jerry Jones. They're both attention seekers. Again, if you have not come to the conclusion, and you can come to any conclusion that you want to, if you don't think that this is absolutely crazy, what Micah Parsons posted here, after saying that there's no difference between 30 and 40 million, why is no one talking about the fact that Jerry should be holding Micah Parsons? I have not seen not one person write this. I have not seen one person report this other than me. I'm sorry. I would be hinging this entire discussion on Micah Parsons saying right there on tape, there's no difference between 30 and 40 million dollars. That's where I'm hinging my discussion, and I will not go past it if it was me. I wouldn't go past it. I wouldn't. I would not go past it. I would not go past it. Y'all different than me. Y'all better than me. I'm just telling you, you're better than me. But I believe in holding the man to his word. I believe in holding the man to his word. If this is average per year, $40 million a year, did Micah Parsons not say there's no difference between 30 and 40 million? Tell me, did he say it or not? I'm sorry. This is not an argument for me. Micah Parsons started this dumbness. We're blaming Jerry, but Micah started this. Micah should have never came out saying this stuff. If Micah Parsons had not said there's no difference between 30 and 40 million, if he said there's no difference between 30 and 40 million, shouldn't he be held to that? Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. I just think when you start talking like this is what I'm holding you to. End of story. End of story. There's no discussion. The moment Micah Parsons made that statement, he disrespected his own agent. He disrespected his own agent. And let me show you why he disrespected his own agent. Micah Parsons knew fully well who was representing him. Anybody seen these guys? Anybody seen his representation? Athlete first. Who are we? Anybody notice who these are? Look at this. Look at this. Look. I want you to look at their logo. Anybody see anything strange about their logo? Before we read the paragraph. Anybody see anything strange about their logo? Anybody find it to be strange that their logo is athletes first, but who's actually on the logo? Wait a minute. That looks like the Monopoly man. If I'm looking at the Monopoly man on the logo of athletes first, that is saying that we put athletes first before the team. We put the athletes before the team. We put the athletes before everybody because the athletes are going to get paid. Look at this. Record-breaking contracts. Athletes First has negotiated many of the best contracts and extensions through the years. Our team of agents have negotiated the largest deal in history 7 times. About to be 8. And has had countless record-breaking positional contracts. Make no mistake, a player's veteran contract is our Super Bowl. We have the resources, experience, and team to maximize our clients' contractual value. The proof is in the numbers. This is why I'm telling y'all to. All this dumb stuff Micah Parsons was saying from the very beginning. And I told you then, and I'm going to tell you again. I've been using a fancy word for it, but I'm going to say it for how it is. Micah Parsons was lying from the beginning. Micah Parsons was lying from the beginning. I never believed it. I never believed that Micah Parsons didn't care about being the highest paid. His ego is too big. I never believed it. I never believed it. And people always get mad when I was saying it. I never believed it. It's junk. It's pure junk. And Michael has been lying. And now we're seeing the culmination of it. Intelligent Savage says, oh, Jerry, I believe knows his agent name. I do too. I believe there's at least 2 other players on the team Jerry had to do business with that agent. You better believe he knows his name. I'm with you, Savage. He knows his name, but I think he's saying something else in between the lines. I hadn't been talking to him. I really haven't been talking to him. You doggone right he know his name. They were scared. I was down with starting over if we went 3-14. I'll tell you this much, JB Cowboy fan. Ice Cold Cowboys. Say it again. My dad is a corporate accountant as the lead. 10 million makes a difference. Better believe it does. But he the one who said it didn't. I'd be holding him to it. Robert said Jerry isn't a real Texan. He's from Arkansas. I'd be holding him to it. I would be holding him to it. I would be holding him to it. I'm just telling you. I'd be holding him to it. Drew, you're saying exactly what I said. What you're saying is why I said what I said from the beginning. Micah Parsons, shut your mouth. Don't be saying dumb stuff like there's no difference between 30 and 40 million. That's dumb. It is a difference between 30 and 40 million. You're a brand, bro. You're not just Micah Parsons. You're a brand. This is what happens when you play on the Dallas Cowboys. And especially when you got great talent and then you got a big mouth like Micah Parsons. Bro, you're a brand. That $10 million that you're saying, and now we already know it was a lie from the get-go, and I knew and I said it was a lie, and it was semantics, and I was wanting to see when we got to this day, and here we are. And I've been proven right. It was a lie. There is a difference between 30 and 40 million. You better believe it is. And the reason why Drew 912, I have no problem with players getting their money. Because this league, when they're done with you, or when you can't provide what they want anymore, they will ball you up like a piece of paper and throw you in the trash. So you better get all you can. And for me, where I would be concentrating is the guaranteed money. That's where I'm focusing. I'm focusing on the guaranteed numbers. I don't care about these inflated front end numbers because those numbers mean hogwash. I don't care about those numbers. What's the guaranteed money? Take no team discount. I wouldn't take a team discount on any team. I wouldn't. No, don't do it. Unless I'm if I'm older in age, if I'm Dak Prescott, I'm 34, 35 years old. I want to finish my career in Dallas. And if that's going to mean another couple of years of me playing in Dallas and not planning on retiring in, let's say, 36, 37, I would give a discount at that point. But if I'm at the peak of my powers, I'm not doing no discount. I'm not doing no discount. I'm not doing it. Real Fan 1. There isn't real difference. Hey, Real Fan 1, there's plenty of difference. It is when you're a brand. When you are a brand, there is a huge difference between 30 and 40 million. Because when you are a brand, some of the money that you're investing, it's your own money. There is a huge difference between 30 and 40 million. If it wasn't a difference in between 30 and 40 million, then when guys want to play in Texas, in these states that have no state income tax, they wouldn't be worried about that stuff. They are worried about that stuff because they kill you in taxes. Oh, yeah. And again, 30 and 40 million, Real Fan 1, I hate to be the one to tell you, 30 and $40 million is not generational wealth. No, it's not. There are people who win the lottery and they run through $100 million no. Generational wealth is Bill Gates. That's generational wealth. When you're talking about people, Michael Jordan, that's generational wealth. Generational wealth is when you don't, it don't even matter if you play sports. It don't matter. Michael Jordan does not have to do another thing for the rest of his life because he's a billionaire. He has a multi-million-dollar shoe business. People keep buying the same shoes over and over again in different colorways. No matter who comes along, there's no shoe more popular than the Jordan brand. That's generational wealth, to where your children's children can't mess your money off. That's generational wealth. Bro, you can run through, man, you can run through 30 and 40 million. I done seen too many stories. Man, people destroy 30 and 40 million. Go look at these stories about people who win the lottery. You think 30 and 40 million is generational wealth? Man, them people be winning 200 and 300 million. Run through that money like it's nothing. No, generational money is when you can't get rid of it. You can't get rid of it. I'll tell you who does have probably generational wealth, or is pretty close to it, Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott has made hundreds of millions of dollars in the NFL. There's no telling what kind of investments how he's got his money all invested and tied up. Dak Prescott will probably, that's generational wealth. The student never be poor. 30, 40 million. Man, we done seen too many football players, bro, get more money than that in their lifetime. Look at Adrian Peterson. Ask Adrian Peterson if there's any difference between 30 and 40 million. Ask Terrell Owens if there's any difference between 30 and 40 million. Man, there are so many football players that had way more than $40 million. They went through that like that ain't nothing. Intelligent Savage, you for sure have a point. Undermine his own agent talking without him. Straight facts. This is his fault. This is his fault. I'm not blaming Jerry Jones. I know why Jerry Jones is in his feelings. Jerry Jones is in his feelings because the way Micah Parsons had been talking and the way he's been talking to him, Jerry did think this was cool because they have done this in the past before. I think Tony Romo's contract, I just think that's one of the ones that probably got negotiated. The agent was probably more on the back end of it. But y'all got to remember, Tony Romo was Jerry Jones' long-lost son, going to his grandson's football games and hanging out with the family. Dak don't do that stuff. Dak keeps football. He keeps business. That's what Dak does. That's exactly what Dak does. So if anybody should be blaming somebody, they should be blaming Micah Parsons. They should be blaming Micah Parsons. He's the one that undermined his agent, not Jerry. Micah should have did this from the beginning, and I said it. He should have kept it business. Shut your mouth. Let the people who you hire talk about money. Stop trying to disparage Dak Prescott. Stop trying to take a shot at Dak Prescott, and now you're about to be even more guilty of what you've accused Dak Prescott of. I want to see if somebody points it out other than me. I've been pointing it out. I want to see if someone other than me points it out. I want to see if somebody has enough gumption to point it out. He been doing this stuff. He only made that comment to disparage Dak Prescott. That's why he put that smirk on his face when he said it. I want to see if somebody's going to call him out. I do. Blue Star said, looks like Michael will be holding out for sure. After he said there was no difference between 30 and 40 million. He started this. Now he wants to talk about his agent. This man dumb. Seriously. I'm telling us. He started it. He started it. And if I was Jerry, let me tell you what I would be doing. No. What do you mean, no? Your client on national television said there's no difference between 30 and 40 million. The average salary per year is Myles Garrett. It's 40 million. Let me show it to us again. It's 40 million. He said there's no difference between 30 and 40 million. We're putting him at $30 million. Y'all take it or leave it. I tell him straight up. I'm just different. Tell him straight up. Drew 912. He says my agent has negotiated a few contracts for me and my son. Hey, I'm telling you, Drew, if I had a son that was playing NFL football, guess what? I'm not saying a word. And I know then if an agent has negotiated contracts for you and your son, Drew, I know doggone well you ain't said a word. You ain't said a word about money to him outside of your agent, because I wouldn't. I wouldn't say a word to anybody outside of them. Jeanette Rogers, what's going on with you? I wouldn't say a word to anybody in the organization outside of my agent. I wouldn't. I would not do it. That way, this stuff right here, it wouldn't even be a discussion. It wouldn't even be a discussion. But again, I'm just telling you, man, Alfredo, what's up? He said in the house watching on my phone and TV. Yes, sir. JB, the Cowboy fan, he says Michael shouldn't get paid more than Myles Garrett. Hey, I'm just telling us. But again, Jerry Jones isn't me. Jerry Jones isn't y'all. I'll be honest with you. I just think Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones, stop talking. Don't fix your lip like collagen, and then you have to wind up apologizing. Stop it. Don't just don't even do it. The best thing for Jerry Jones is simple. Get this contract done, man. Whatever they got on the table, unless it's just something just outrageous, sign it. Sign it. Because I can tell you, Michael's going to hold out. Blue Star, you're exactly right. He's going to hold out. Daniel M., this is the very reason why Jerry should just go ahead and sign the contract. I think he's going to sign him. There's no point in him talking about it. Just go ahead and sign him and be done with it. Nisi, we're going to see if he gets the Dak, because I'm telling you, I'm very interested to see. What are people going to say when he gets the contract? And again, Nisi, the Micah Parsons phenomenon is strange to me, because some people will give him every excuse. They'll give him every excuse, and they'll kill Dak Prescott in the same game. They'll kill Dak Prescott, but then come up with all these ghost stats talking about all of the double teams that Micah Parsons got, when, of course, you're going to double team him because there's no other player on the team that can even do anything as far as getting pressure on the quarterback. So if I play the Dallas Cowboys, I'm going to double CeeDee Lamb, and I'm going to double Micah Parsons. Again, I would love to know who's the most double wide receiver in football. I would guarantee you CeeDee Lamb has to be in the top 5. Has to be in the top 5. And the reason why he's in the top 5 is not because he's a top 5 wide receiver, which that's a part of it. It's because he's the only wide receiver on the Cowboys team. And it's an easy strategy against the Cowboys. Take CeeDee Lamb out the game. That's all you have to do is take CeeDee Lamb out the game, and it's a wrap. Tyrell Hines, tell me that's not crazy in the logo, bro. Let me put this back up here. Look at the logo, man. Look at the logo, man. I can tell you now. The moment I see that, I already know what that means. Man, that means money. That means money. Let me see if they'll show us some of the it doesn't show us. I was trying to see if they'll show us any of the if they would show us any of the contracts they've done. I don't know. This almost looks like the mobile version. But yeah, these guys, man, I'm telling you, when you see these guys, when you see this group, it's money time. It's straight up money. It's straight up money. And I can tell you, for me, I mean, this is the first time I saw it today. But again, boy, when I saw that Monopoly sign, but man, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. These boys here, they serious about theirs. They getting players played. I mean, they getting players paid straight up. They are. Yeah, they getting players paid. So, man, Jerry Jones, I'm just telling you, Jerry. I know you're not listening to me. But I'll be honest with you. If I'm Jerry Jones, I go ahead and sign Micah Parsons. There's no point in taking a stance that you know you're not going to stick to. I mean, I would if I'm the Cowboys. There is a number. If I'm them, I'm probably sticking to that number. But again, if I'm the Cowboys, I just don't see the point in arguing something that you know you're not going. I just don't think the Cowboys have the I just don't think the Cowboys have the gumption. I don't think they have the gumption to do it. I don't think Jerry has the nerve to do it. Again, I definitely think Steven, I think he would do it. But I don't think that Jerry would do it. And again, you think about this. I mean, they're reporting, even over here on Athlon Sports. I mean, they're reporting that Micah Parsons, he's been offered the highest paid contract. The highest paid contract. Now, again, I also wonder, though, about the backdoor number. I wonder about the backdoor number. The thing that I'm wondering about on this contract, I'm just telling y'all, throw this $200 million nonsense out the window. I'll be shocked. I don't see no way. And I don't know. I shouldn't say I don't see a way. But if the contract being offered is $200 million, that tells me when I look at the top paid edge rushers, there is no way, and I ain't gonna say there's no way. The most fully guaranteed money is it's $88 million. There's no way I can see the Cowboys going to $100 million. If they do, they're done. If it's Micah, he's smart. But if you're talking about fully guaranteed, $88 million is the peak. If you look at the total guaranteed, it's $123,596. $123,596, $125, whatever. It's this weird number that Myles Garrett has that's not even a whole number. And it just seems like to me what Myles Garrett agent did was basically try to come in above Nick Bosa where he could. So he's got the $40 million average, which is more than everyone, which is $5 million or $4.4 million more than Danielle Hunter. You got the $123,596,125, which is about $96,000 more, or $1,096,000 more than one Nick Bosa. And the fully guaranteed number, they're tied at $88 million. The front end number to me don't matter. And if you look at this number, how in the world does Jerry Jones, you're talking total value $200,000? Average per year, what are you going to, 50? Are you going to 50, which I don't care what that average per year doesn't bother me. Total guaranteed, what are you going to? Surely you're not going past 130. I wouldn't go past 125 million. If I'm the Cowboys, bro, you're going to have to settle down. You're going to have to settle down, bro. Total guarantees will give you 125 million. Fully guaranteed, okay, we'll give you 90 million. This is what I'm wondering, what are the Cowboys going to do right here? And it's strange to me. I was like blown away when Micah Parsons said that if he got $40 million per year, he'd be the happiest man alive. I'm not doing it. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm going 170 million total value. I'm going 42 million maybe. I'm not going to no 45. I'm going 40 million. But being Jerry and them, Jerry and the Cowboys, I wouldn't be surprised if it was 45 million. But if it was me, I'm going no higher than 42 million. Total guaranteed, I'm going no higher than 30 million? Fully guaranteed, I'm going no higher than 95 million. That's if I'm the Cowboys. And then I'm going to put 2032 void. And if I'm the Cowboys, probably make that deal. I'd probably make that deal somewhere around 4 years. If I'm the Cowboys, I'd probably make that deal around 4 years because I want to be able to get from under Micah Parsons if things don't go right in the next 3 years. I want to be able to get from under that contract. So, but again, it's already being reported that the Cowboys have offered him like an insane deal. $200 million, which throw that number out the window. The real numbers is the Cowboys would be crazy to go way above those other numbers that have been mentioned. They would be crazy. They'd be crazy. My man Tyrell, he said Micah deep down wants to be the highest paid edge. No doubt. No doubt. He won't come out and admit it. No doubt he does. I believe it, he does. Army Mom Heather C, what's going on? Good to see you tonight. Yep, Micah is an immature kid playing chess with adults. Hey, Army Mom, I'm just telling us. Army Mom, we better just get prepared. We just better get prepared. This is the type of stuff that we're just going to be dealing with Micah Parsons. Tell me you're a distraction without being a distraction. This is the stuff that we're going to continue to get. We're going to continue to get it. And I'm telling you something. If y'all don't think, let me tell you. If you don't think that this comment right here, if you don't think that Jerry Jones is not in his feelings about this contract, about this statement right here, yeah, Jerry Jones in his statement Jerry Jones is in his feelings about this. I guarantee he's in his feelings about this. Now, he's probably not going to do anything drastic, but I guarantee you, because these are direct shots. Micah's saying he's not doing no deal basically without David. He's also saying he has good sense. Again, I would love to question him. Micah Parsons, did you have good sense when you said there's no difference between 30 and 40 million? Were you showing good sense when you said whatever it takes for you to be a Cowboy for life? Were you making good sense when you said you just want to be in the best situation to where you can have the players around you? Were you making good sense when you said, you know what they say about the highest paid player? You're about to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the league playing on a defense that still needs a little bit more as far as defensive tackle, cornerback, safety. Were you talking sense when you said that? When you said you wanted people to be around you, but now you're going to do the opposite of the very thing that you said? Were you making good sense then? I'm telling you, Jerry and Stephen Jones are now regretting, because I can remember Stephen Jones came on the doggone radio the next day talking about, hey, Micah Parsons get it. Stephen, does he still get it? Does Micah Parsons still get it? I just wonder, it's funny when people are saying what you want them to say, and then when they start saying the truth. Top Gunner, yes, sir. He said, I told you, just said that so he could look good in the end, look better than Dak. What player says he'll take less? Exactly. I'm telling you, I'm with you, Top Gunner. Jared said Sean McCoy about the Micah Parsons propaganda. He's been praising Micah Parsons for trying to take less and through shaded Dak not taking less. I wonder if he's going to go back and retract that story. I wonder now, Jared, does he go back and say he was wrong? I want to see if there's anyone else other than me talking about this. Let me tell you something, boy. I drink Kool-Aid for the Cowboys all day long. But I am going to speak facts on this stuff. And this nonsense with Micah Parsons is crazy. And everybody's mad at Jerry Jones about it. Y'all know me. I don't get your money, bro. Just don't be going around trying to throw shade at the quarterback when you trying to do what you're accusing him of. You're trying to be the highest paid. Alfredo says, I'm going to hold up in getting the deal with Michael. It's Michael's agent because he wants to get paid as well. Of course he does. Is what the agent gets is only $400,000 if the deal is 5 years, $200 million. And again, Michael should have never been speaking outside of his agent. He should have never been doing it. He should have never been doing it. And that's one of the reasons why you don't do this stuff. You let them do the talk. Yes, sir. Get paid all the money. Y'all know where I am on this. Hey, man, get your money, bro. But don't be walking around here lying. Man, I'm just telling you. I'm just gonna tell you the facts on me. I mean, if it's me, I'm like, hey, man, this is what I've been doing. Now, let me tell you what the Cowboys were they messed up. There is no argument where Micah Parsons, and let me put this on the screen for you again. Let me show you where Jerry faltered in this whole discussion. Let me show you where Jerry made his biggest mistake. Jerry made a mistake in this too. Let me show you where he made his biggest mistake. When Nick Bosa was the highest paid edge rusher, there is, in my opinion, based on the performance, the fact of the performance. Let me say it like this. In my opinion, based on the facts of the performance and what I've seen where people say Micah Parsons is one of few in history that has 12 sacks in his first 4 seasons. Okay. But I'm going to tell you what I haven't seen. I haven't seen the signature game from Micah Parsons. I have not seen the game where somebody says that Micah Parsons took over a big game. Haven't seen it. I haven't seen the performance in the playoffs. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the leadership. I haven't seen Micah Parsons making those types of impact. I haven't seen it. And so my opinion based on the facts, Micah Parsons, he couldn't, and this is why I think another reason why he was making this argument of he didn't have to be the highest paid, because when you look at this list and when you look of all these top 7 up until this season, the only one that did it on the biggest level was Nick Bosa. There was not an argument that Micah Parsons or anyone else could have made that Micah Parsons was better than Nick Bosa. Nobody could have made that argument. You know what messed up the argument for the Cowboys? Max Crosby. Max Crosby messed up the argument for the Cowboys. Not because Micah Parsons is better than Max Crosby or Max Crosby is better than Micah Parsons. Nope. That's not the argument. You know what really messed this argument up? Max Crosby is not better than Nick Bosa. There's not a discussion for me. Some of y'all might think Max Crosby is better than Nick Bosa. Not me. 10 times out of 10. Who do you want? Nick Bosa, Max Crosby? Nick Bosa. I would take Nick Bosa 10 times out of 10 over Max Crosby. You want to know what else messed this argument up? Danielle Hunter, he's good. He's not better than Nick Bosa. Danielle Hunter is not better than Nick Bosa. You know what else messed this argument up? Some of us can make the argument that Myles Garrett is better than Nick Bosa. Issue is, we haven't seen Myles Garrett do it on the biggest stages like Nick Bosa. So what does this all mean, what I'm saying? The moment you paid Max Crosby over Nick Bosa, being better than Nick Bosa was no longer a factor. And so now Micah Parsons doesn't have to base his argument on any longer, I'm better than Nick Bosa. Let me tell you how I know this to be true. Let's look at this. Let me show you the common sense in this. Let me show you the common sense in what I'm telling you. Highest paid wide receivers. Let me show you this in 8K. You know why CeeDee Lamb couldn't be higher paid than Justin Jefferson? He couldn't make the argument he was better than Justin Jefferson. CeeDee Lamb could not make the argument he was better than Justin Jefferson. If CeeDee Lamb would have got paid more than Justin Jefferson, everybody would have been kind of like, wow, he getting paid more than Justin Jefferson? Justin Jefferson is better than CeeDee Lamb. And as of today, Justin Jefferson, I still say, is better than CeeDee Lamb. But to say Justin Jefferson is better than CeeDee Lamb ain't saying CeeDee Lamb's a slouch. No, this dude, Justin Jefferson, this dude is incredible. CeeDee Lamb is too, but in a different way. And now that Jamar Chase has got his money, let me tell you something. There are some folk that could make an argument, hey man, Jamar Chase is 2024. Boy, Jamar Chase is 2024. Some of the things we watched him do, even against the Cowboys, boy, he put a number on the Cowboys. Jamar Chase made an argument that he's the best wide receiver in the league. He made an argument. I don't know if he convinced everybody, but he made an argument. And so even in this argument, CeeDee Lamb could not make the argument he's better than Justin or Jamar. He can't. I don't think he can. I don't think he can, because the numbers don't even show it. He's not better than these two wide receivers. But when you look at the edge rushers, Max Crosby was the first monkey wrench in the argument. Max Crosby not better than Nick Bosa. So once Max Crosby got that money, my whole argument changes if I'm Micah Parsons. If Nick Bosa is the top paid, maybe my argument is different. Once Max Crosby became the highest paid, I'm changing my mind. I'm changing my argument. Because it's not based on being the best player in the position. It is now based upon the market. Max Crosby made this argument on edge rushers be based on the market rather than the best player. Danielle Hunter did the same thing. Danielle Hunter is an outstanding player. He's been doing really good the last couple of years. But again, Nick Bosa, he's not better than Nick Bosa. Myles Garrett, we can make the argument that Myles Garrett is. Myles Garrett is a freak of nature too. But again, haven't seen him do it on the biggest stage. And we've seen Myles Garrett in some playoffs, and people were kind of like, ooh, he didn't do what I expected. See, the edge rusher discussion, based on the top 3 paid edge rushers, it is no longer about the best edge rusher. It's not. Max Crosby and Danielle Hunter made sure of that. And that's not saying anything bad about them. Nick Bosa and Myles Garrett are elite of the elite pass rushers to me. And Micah Parsons, hey, he's up there with them. Montez Sweat is really good too. I mean, there's some good edge rushers up here. But the Cowboys shouldn't have waited until these guys got signed. They just shouldn't have waited. Because the argument for the edge rushers is no longer about who's the best edge rusher. The argument with the edge rushers now is about the doggone market. It is. Blue Star said, now that you're talking about generational money, G, keep in mind, Kirk Cousins still to this day getting that bag from everybody in the league is crazy. Knowing that man won for the playoffs. Hey, generational. That's generational money. It is. He got generational money too. Straight up facts. He does. Ace Cole, you right. Sleep number what? Dak knows. Hey, man, that dude Dak, generational. Dak got generational wealth. He does. Yeah. Yeah, Deion probably is one of those guys too. Drew 912, it doesn't matter what Michael says on the podcast. It matters what is written on his contract. That is what matters. Drew 912, I tell you this. I agree with you on the podcast stuff, but I tell you this. What he said in November, this is the perfect time to hold that over his head. I would. If I was the Cowboys, I'd be holding that over his head. I would. The highest number is 40 million. You said you take 30. Bro, you taking 30, you getting out of here. I mean, I would just tell him like it is. I'm just telling you. But I'm different. JB, the Cowboy fan, hey, bro, I'm telling you, I'm with you. I've been said, give Michael that Herschel Walker energy. JB. You know what's so crazy about what you're saying? How powerful it is? Unlike Dak Prescott, Micah Parsons does not have a no-trade clause. The Dallas Cowboys could trade Micah Parsons anywhere they wanted to, and there's not a thing he could say about it. There's not a thing he could say about it. There's not a thing he could do about it. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, the Cowboys, again, they're not going to consider it. I don't, and I'm not even going to say they're not going to consider it. Maybe Jerry and Steven in the room by themselves, what if we trade him? They'll never let that leak out. But, hey, man, I'm just telling us, get ready. This could go either way. We wake up tomorrow, Micah Parsons is signed. Or we be deep in the training camp and Micah Parsons is not here. Micah Parsons is not here. And I'm just telling us, if I'm the Dallas Cowboys, nip this in the bud now. Now, just nip it in the bud. Get past this nonsense. Nip it in the bud. There's no point in prolonging what you're going to cave into. Nip it in the bud now. We got to get past this. And somewhere Brian Schottenheimer is going to have to sit down with Micah Parsons and tell him, this is the kind of stuff right here. We got to stop this stuff. Let me tell y'all something. I'm tired of this. I'm absolutely tired of this right here. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's cool for content creation, but I love this team. I'm tired of this stuff. I am. I'm tired of this stuff. This is why I be laughing at these people on my comments sometimes on my videos. Ooh, when it's every little thing. No, it's not every little thing because these things aren't little. This is stupid stuff. This is absolute stupid stuff, and it's not conducive for the culture and team chemistry. Can't stand this stuff. I'm absolutely tired of it. I wish they would just stop this stuff. Real fan one, if Michael wants to hold out, let him. He'll lose money and fines if he does. And I'm going to just tell you, real fan one, if I'm the Cowboys, I'm not doing this stuff. This team has got to start saying it's just not going to do this stuff no more. Man, I wouldn't do this stuff. Hey, bro, you either going to come around or you're going to come around. But at the end of the day, we can trade you. There's nothing you can do. We can trade you. We can trade you and get multiple picks, and there's nothing you can do about it. Man, we can trade you to the worst team in the AFC and not even have to see you but one time every few years. The Cowboys aren't going to do that, but I'm just saying, Curtis Temple, I'm with you too. The written code, never count another man's money. But why then when it comes to Dak, everyone is always trying to count his money? That's how I am too. That's why I said from the get-go, Micah, get your money, bro. It's not up to you to manage the salary cap. It's up to the Cowboys to manage the salary cap. I'm not managing the salary cap. I'm not doing it. It's for them to decide whether or not they want to keep me. Drew 912, I like what you're saying. He says my son keeps his mouth closed and he doesn't have a podcast. Nothing matters until it is written on the contract. I like what you're saying, Drew 912. I like what you're saying. If you don't mind, drop who your son is in the comments. If you don't want to, I understand that too. Poobie D. He also said that the Jerry was going to spend some of that money in free agency. Now, Poobie D, you're mentioning something I brought up in my video about this thing with Micah Parsons. So, the question I asked in my video, Poobie D, does Micah Parsons consider what Jerry Jones did in free agency enough to warrant him to take the $30 million rather than the $40 million? Because that's a great question. Is that how he feels? Because if you look at who did they bring on? Who would Micah Parsons? Because I thought about this the other day. You bring up a very interesting point. So when we look at this depth chart, Poopy D, let's look at what you just said. This is exactly what I was thinking about, and I mentioned this in the video. So again, does Micah Parsons consider Dante Fowler? Excuse me. Does he consider Peyton Turner? Does he consider Oso Digizua was a re-sign, of course? Does he consider Solomon Thomas? Does he consider Kenneth Murray Jr.? Does he consider Jack Sanborn? Does he consider, what's our other man name? Does he consider Kyer Elam? So let's look at this. That is 1, 2, 3. And actually, we'll leave Oso Digizua on there because that was a big sign. Let's also put on here, where's our other man at? There was one more signing. Our man right here, Marquise Bell. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is 8 free agency signings, right? Does Micah Parsons consider this work right here? Does he consider this worthy of him taking a pay cut? Does he consider that worthy? That was one of my questions. I wonder what he thinks about this. Because for me, I truly believe the Cowboys missed out on Eric Greenlaw, so they couldn't do that. And I think that Micah Parsons, when he's talking about the Cowboys being aggressive, I do not think he was talking about offense. And so when you think about this, and I want you to think about, now this is the name that I'm talking about. Do y'all remember the name that Micah Parsons mentioned in particular as it applies to the defense? Y'all remember who it was? None other than that's who we mentioned. And so, Poobie D, I'm wondering, Poobie D, you ask a great question. I'm wondering. He said if Jerry spends some of that money in free agency, what do the Cowboys have left? Somewhere around 30-something million. I wondered the same thing. Does he consider them spending enough money in free agency? Top Gunner, appreciate that super chat. Oh, man, Top Gunner. Man, let me tell you something. I'm just going to tell you that I'm going to say something that a lot of people are not going to agree with. If the Cowboys could get 3 first-round draft picks for Micah Parsons, or if the Cowboys, let's say they could get 2 twos, or if they could get 2 number ones, and they could get maybe 2 twos, I would trade Micah Parsons if I could get Abdul Carter. I would. I absolutely would. I absolutely would get Abdul Carter. Not to mention, because I'm getting an extra draft pick, because I'm definitely not just getting 2 number ones. I want 2 number 2s, 2 number 1s, 2 number 1s, a 2 and a 3, 2 number 1s, a 2 and a 4, because I have to replace Micah Parsons and I can't wait. So if I can get Abdul Carter, get that extra number 2, flip that number 2, and get another pass rusher in this draft, I'm doing it. And for every person that would be crying about Micah Parsons not being here, if the Cowboys got Abdul Carter and then they turned around and got another one of the top 10, because where Cowboys are drafting, they could probably get one of the top 10 edge rushers, or maybe even, I would say, top 15. I would get Abdul Carter and get another edge rusher with that extra second-round pick. I would. Because I guarantee you, there is a team out there that believes that Micah Parsons, with what they have, would change life for them. Because Jerry already said in that interview, signing Micah Parsons doesn't guarantee a Super Bowl. But there's a couple of teams out there that may say, but if we got Micah Parsons, it would guarantee a Super Bowl because we already got X amount of players. Baltimore Ravens, anybody? Buffalo Bills, anybody? I mean, there are teams out there right now that are saying, man, Micah Parsons? And our team is already boom, boom, boom. Oh, yeah, we'll do it. We'll give them to you. But again, if you're the Cowboys, you probably want to trade Micah Parsons to a team to where you're actually going to probably be close to the top 10 again. You trade him to a team that maybe is in the top 10. And you get their number one draft pick this year. Y'all swap picks. You get their number one draft pick next year, but you also get their number 2 this year. And then you get their number 2 next year. And then I'm just saying, but it would require, Top Gunner, for me to get rid of Micah Parsons. Let me make it blatantly clear. For me to shake Micah Parsons, boy, you got to be coming. Now, you're not going to probably hit me with that Herschel Walker trade. Boy, but you got to be talking serious, man. You got to be talking serious for me to trade Micah Parsons. I'm just telling us with Micah Parsons, guys. We're going to have to accept it for what it is. This is what we're going to be dealing with Micah Parsons. I just think it was because he loves the spotlight. He loves the spotlight. So we're just going to have to prepare ourselves. That's who Micah Parsons is. Hopefully he'll mature and some of this stuff is going to stop. But for right now, this is who Micah Parsons is. I don't think there's any other way to slice it. This is who he is. This is who he is. And so this is what we're going to be rolling with. This is what he's going to be rolling with. But again, I'm just telling us, man, I know a lot of people are saying this is Jerry Jones' fault. This isn't Jerry Jones' fault. Micah Parsons is playing a humongous part in this. Because for the very thing he's tripping on Jerry with, well, it's the very thing that he did. He undermined his agent. He undermined his agent. And Jerry, to me, is doing something way better than what I would be doing. I wouldn't be so friendly with him on this deal. I wouldn't be so friendly. I would literally be holding him accountable and saying, hey, man, what happened to all that talk you said about you didn't have to be the highest paid player? And I would, Poobie D, because you're bringing up something that I brought up in the video. I would be questioning Micah Parsons on, okay, so kind of what's the deal on this? Do you feel like we didn't do enough in free agency? Do you feel like we didn't do enough in free agency? Because if that's how you feel, let us know. Because we got a couple of more trades that we really would like to do. And we'll give you the $30 million that you asked for. And as a matter of fact, Michael, how about this? Rather than you worried about all this other stuff, how about we give you a 5-year deal with $120 million fully guaranteed? That'll be as much guaranteed money as anyone else. And that's guaranteed money come hell or high water. How about we go that route? I mean, he kind of set this up. But again, I don't think the Cowboys have the nerve. I do not. And I think this is a losing situation for the Cowboys. I just think Jerry and Stephen Jones, this is one of those things. I would just say charge it to the game. I would just say charge it to the game, like we used to say back in the hood. Charge it to the game. Understand, this was a lot of talk. So go ahead and get Micah Parsons signed. We gotta move past this stuff. We got to move past this stuff. And that's where I would be with this. I'm just telling you, as a Dallas Cowboy fan, I don't mind content creation stuff, but I'm first a Cowboys fan, and I want the Cowboys to win. I'm just tired of this stuff. I just wish somebody would sit down with Micah Parsons and just say, bro, this is it, man. No more of this stuff. No more of this stuff, man. You know, all this talking you do and this and that and this and that. Bro, we're not tripping on your podcast. You want to do a podcast. But there are some things that we want you to please stop doing. Somebody got to sit down and tell this dude. Because if I'm on this team right now, people say this stuff isn't a distraction. Man, this stuff is a distraction because I'm watching this stuff play out in the court of public opinion, and I'm like, this is dumb. I don't want to be known for this stuff. We can't even focus around here because we're too busy on this dumb stuff. I'm sorry. This is dumb to me. This is absolute dumb to me. It is. I would much rather be still talking about what the Cowboys are going to do in the draft and blah, 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 which we will get back to that stuff. The Micah Parsons stuff, you know, it'll dial down after the day, and then it'll die down some. And if they don't sign Micah Parsons this week, if I'm not mistaken, the Cowboys are going to be, I think voluntaries may be coming up in the next couple of weeks. I do know they have some kind of training mini camp or something coming up. And if Micah Parsons is not there, or if he's doing this new thing, if he's going to be a hold-in, it's just more dumb junk. It's just more dumb junk. And when you're talking about Micah Parsons is going to be a major, major part of this offense going forward. And of this defense. And so he does need to be out there for every mini camp. So we don't be running around talking about in November, yeah, we finally picking up the defense in November. Well, maybe if you were here doing the voluntaries, you would even have a better hold on this stuff. The Cowboys need Micah Parsons in training camp. And this is another reason why, man, if you're signing this thing, man, go ahead and sign this dude. Stop playing. George said Jerry's going to write the whole contract for himself. And boy, let me tell you something, boy, if he could, he would. Boy, he could. If he could, he would. Big Cloud, yep, because that's the only thing we're going to see because he's going to get paid. We're going to see if he, Big Cloud said we're going to see if he earned that money. We're going to see if he earns that money. Hallelujah said getting doubled is part of Michael's job description. It's like saying Dak is bad because teams blitz. And hallelujah, you think about it. Some people do not understand the context that goes into how you strategize against a team. When you play any team, you're looking for the players you have to strategize against. Who are their weapons? Who do we neutralize to neutralize this team? Yes, Micah Parsons is good. He's great. But he's also the only pass rushing threat we have on the team or had on the team before free agency. So it makes sense that when teams play the Cowboys, neutralize their defense by doubling Micah Parsons. That makes sense. We make that seem like that we got like 5 pass rushers on the team that are just cold-blooded. And everybody says, well, of the 5 pass rushers the Cowboys have on their team, Micah Parsons is the best. We don't have 5 pass rushers. Now, we got about 3 or 4, I believe, now, bona fide pass rushers. We got I believe we got 4 pass rushers now. Micah, Fowler, Williams, and the new guy, Solomon Thomas, Micah Parsons, Dak Prescott's twin. But before then, we didn't have any pass rushers. So we're going to look a lot different. Oh, yeah, Nisi, that logo means money and property. Whew, man. Yeah, for sure. JB the Cowboy fan, appreciate these stats. He said Cooper Kupp, 36%. Devontae Adams, 27%. Hunter Renfrow, 26%. Justin Jefferson, 24%. And Amari Cooper, 20%. Wow. JB, I could be crazy. What does that say about Micah Parsons? I mean, not Micah Parsons. What does that say about CeeDee Lamb? I'm actually shocked that he's not in the top 5. Is that a list? Is he in the top 10? I really would like to know where Micah Parsons is. Gregory Carpenter said, Michael not doing a podcast outside of Dallas that will make any news. And where his podcast, Gregory, probably makes the most news is in the Dallas area. Top Gunner, no more excuses for Mike after he gets that bag. LT got double teamed and he still made life miserable for opposing quarterbacks. I'm with you. Nisi, I think the contract is done and they're playing games for the day of the draft. Nisi, I wouldn't be surprised. Sound like the contract been done as far as Jerry Jones go. It sounds like to me that Jerry Jones is mad that the contract didn't get signed. I think that's where Jerry is upset. Robert Jackson, what's up? He said start holding interviews. Tacos, what to bring to the table? Ron said, send Michael packing. They're not going to do it. Yeah, they're not going to do it. And this is one of the reasons why I say go ahead and sign Micah Parsons. Stop it. Just go ahead and sign him. Be done with it. Rolando said, let's talk. From South Texas, what's going on with you, Rolando Rodriguez? $40 million is a bargain next year. They might play for 18 games. Cheers, go Cowboys. Yeah. I would still be holding him to that $30 million. Robert said 18 games is a bad idea. Ooh. Man, let me tell you something. Football is a brutal sport. Man, I don't know if they can handle one more game. If they do, boy, you're going to get a lot more injured player. The real fan said the Cowboys, real fan one said they don't have to make the same mistake with Micah. Jerry needs to stand his ground. Otherwise, players will keep doing this. I agree. My man, Jay Recruiter. Jay Recruiter said CD is better than both. Woo! Man, I'm struggling with Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. That boy Justin Jefferson. Jamar Chase even showed he was a monster this year. Oh, man. Woo! I'm struggling with that one. Hey, X Brown, what's up? He said trade him. He said trade him. Michael said he'd take less. I don't want to hear about anyone else's money. Again. He said it, we didn't. And if I were the Cowboys, I would be holding them to it. I would. Donald Jones, say it again. I'm saying the same thing. I'm tired of this stuff, bro. I'm tired of this stuff. For real. I'm tired of this stuff. It's entertaining, but I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. Iceberg said he believes Mike Green is better than that. Oh, he said, what if I tell you Mike Green is better than Abdul Carter? X-Brown said it was Micah to be making all these demands. He said, get the F out of here. Hey, man, there are some people that love and say he should. Woo, man, cut Booth immediately. He will, if he's not, he will be. Guarantee you he will be. But again, the Cowboys, man, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. But I think the best thing for the Cowboys, man, go ahead and sign this deal. Stop this stuff, man. It don't even make sense. Just go ahead and get this deal done and be done with it. Kerry Kelly, and you just said something that's powerful. The spotlight is always on Dallas, and that's why we don't need any more dumb stuff. We don't need any more dumb stuff. We don't. Just don't do anything else. Just Kerry Kelly, we still them boys for sure. I agree with you. Smoke 140. He said, bro, even his mom said today with Law Nation, that podcast don't distract nothing. Now, again, she's not talking. She's talking, but again, she can't speak for all the players. She can't speak for all the players. And it's obvious she can't speak for all the players. Because if we think that DeMarcus Lawrence and Malik Hooker are the only two who think that what he does is a distraction, that's naive. She don't get to, no disrespect to her for sure. She's only saying what she thinks. She doesn't get to decide that. She doesn't. Even CeeDee Lamb has said he's tired of some of this stuff that goes on outside of football. People get tired of this stuff. They do. They do. They get tired of this stuff. Delta Roots, Mike, I've made my stance. I'm with you. I would too. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm not caving on stuff like this. Poobie D says, CD's season was like that 2 seasons ago. Yeah. Yeah, CD's a monster for sure. He top 3. There's no doubt about it. They got the money right on the top 3. Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and CeeDee Lamb. All right, we're going to transition real quick. Let's transition to Ted McMillan. Somebody had me laughing today, and I'm wondering if it was Iceberg Slim. I wondered if it was Iceberg Slim who said this, because I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the same thing when I saw this news on Ted McMillan. Let me read these last couple of comments. Quentin says, everything said, Jerry loves his players, but when it comes to paying his players and their needs of the amount leads to distraction that we don't need, and it affects the season, it affects the team on the season stumble. You know, I'm going to tell you something, Quentin. A lot of this stuff, whether we realize it or not, it puts more expectations on the Cowboys. It does. Miss Matrix said Niece is probably correct. Just like they played in our face with Dak's contract, it was done long before the announcement. Just pay attention to how Micah acts. And this is one of the reasons why I say, Miss Matrix, pay this man. We don't need no more of this stuff. Just pay the man. Just pay the man. Smoke One, he says, do you think D-Law did his job or Hooker did his job last year? They can't really talk for real. Smoke One for you. I'll be honest with you. I don't think any of them was doing the job. I don't think any of them was doing the job, including Micah Parsons in the big games. He wasn't doing his job either. They were not playing together. This was one of the things that Michael Irvin said about him. Michael Irvin, DeMarcus Lawrence, Malik Hooker, they're all on the same defense that's getting absolutely trounced, including Micah Parsons. They're all on the same defense. DeMarcus Lawrence can't talk about Micah Parsons, and Micah Parsons can't talk about DeMarcus Lawrence. They've both been on the same defense. Both of them. Malik Hooker, he's been on the same defense. They were all on this trash defense. They've all been on it. None of them can talk about each other. Kerry Kelly, let me tell you, Sam Williams, I'm excited about this. Sam Williams has been on the field, so, man, this dude, I forgot about Sam Williams before they started talking about him again. So I'm hoping he can stay on the field. I do. Quentin Scott. Now, see, this is the part that people don't understand, Quentin, something you're saying here. And what compounds a lot of this stupidity is when we lose. And then people do start looking at the distractions. They do start looking at this stuff. But again, let's turn over to Ted McMillan. Yeah, Iceberg Slim, you had me laughing this morning because I thought the same thing. When I heard this stuff about Ted McMillan, I was kind of thinking like, is somebody doing this to this dude on purpose? Do y'all realize this is actually the second story? This is actually the second story we've heard on Ted McMillan. And they keep giving the same story on Ted McMillan. They keep saying that Ted McMillan is sliding down in the draft. And this is why people are saying that Ted McMillan is going to be there for the Cowboys. Well, I can tell you this. Iceberg Slim, it's either the Cowboys or somebody else. But it seems like to me that somebody wants this man to slide to them. Because this is a pure smear campaign going on Ted McMillan. And I've seen some people join in on this. But let me show you something of how context is king. Let me show you how context is king. Let me show you this video. And I'm going to show this video.
And
I'm going to show you this video without showing you what the person who did the research on this video showed about Ted McMillan. Because I noticed something on X. I saw this video a couple of days ago, and I noticed that when this video got posted, how many people started chiming in, saying stuff like, "Yeah, we out on Ted McMillan. Yeah, we out on Ted McMillan. Blah blah blah." They were saying stuff like that. "We're out on Ted McMillan." Let me show you how dumb this is. Let me show you how you can be fooled by the media, or you can be fooled off of a social media post if you don't understand the context of when something is said. Listen to this.
And I know I've been talking about this guy. I've been saying, if he's there at 25, get him. He gets to 21. I flipped on him. And one thing made me flip. And I got video evidence to show you why I flipped on him. It's Ted McMillan from the offseason talking about, well, you'll see.
You know what? You don't watch football? At all? At all. Is it hard to watch film then if you don't like watching football? Yeah. For real? That's crazy. I don't like watching film either. I don't ever need to watch it by myself because we go over as a receiver group.
I don't watch football. I don't like watching film. I never watch film by myself. And we go over enough of it as a receiver group. I am out on that guy. He also, I heard this when I was listening.
I'm out too.
How dumb is this? How dumb is this? Let me put this up again. I don't know. Let me show you. Let me just show you the video one more time. Let me show you how dumb this is. This guy says he's out on Ted McMillan. Just watch this again. I don't think I showed the video the first time. Watch it. Listen to it again.
And I know I've been talking about this guy. I've been saying, if he's there at 25, get him. He gets to 21. I flipped on him. And one thing made me flip. And I got video evidence to show you why I flipped on him. It's Ted McMillan from the offseason talking about, well, you'll see.
You know what? You don't watch football? At all? At all. Is it hard to watch film then if you don't like watching football? Yeah. For real? That's crazy. I don't like watching film either. I don't ever need to watch it by myself because we go over as a receiver group.
I don't watch football. I don't like watching film. I never watch film by myself. And we go over enough of it as a receiver group. I am out on that guy. He also, I heard this when I was listening.
I'm out too.
This other guy says he's out too. Let me show you the context on this. The context on this. Warren Sharp says, a clipped video from a podcast is making its rounds showing wide receiver Ted McMillan saying, "I don't watch football. I don't like watching film either." The host said it was from the offseason as if it was a recent recording. He said, "I want to clear this up." Look at this. The video was filmed 2 years ago. After his freshman year when he was 19. Let me clue us in on something. Do we not realize that a lot of high school athletes, some of the really big programs where they have all the money to spend, some of the real big, rich programs, some of those kids are watching film. But let me tell you about high school football, having sons that have played high school football. I'm not saying that high school kids don't watch film, but a lot of high school kids don't watch film per se, other than when they watch film with the coach, or other than when they watch their own film. And sometimes even when they're watching some film, They got schoolwork. They got things they do extracurricular. They're not sitting down like a professional watching film. A lot of high school athletes, you know why they're great? Because they're physically great. They're great athletes. Can you imagine a kid, Ted McMillan, 6'4" in high school? You want to know why he made it to the college ranks? Do you think that the college, when they recruited him, do you think Arizona was asking him, hey, man, how much film do you watch? How much film do you watch? What do you watch? What do you do when you're not playing football? You don't care about that stuff. They're looking at this kid's ability and they're saying, hey, man, we want you to play for us. They're going to teach him as time goes on. They're going to teach him how to watch film. They're going to work with him on route running. They're going to work with him on catching. They're going to work with him on getting his weight up. They're going to work with him on whatever they need him to do as he continues to grow into his man body. And this is the main part. As they grow into a man, period. This kid is 19 years old. I don't even know what this video is. He's being videoed while he's eating. I'm not even sure if this is some kind of form. I don't know what kind of interview this is. What the heck are they? What in the world is going on? This doesn't look like it's some kind of important meeting. But whatever the case may be, this was recorded 2 years ago when he was 19. He's a freshman. He's still probably not watching film outside of when the coaches watch film. He's still probably going off of a lot of physical ability. I'm sure Ted McMillan today watches more film than he ever did when he was a freshman. But look at this. They're out on him. Look at this. He talked on the full behind-the-scenes video about how his goal is a 1,000-yard season. He then recorded back-to-back 1,300-yard seasons. So you're saying because he didn't watch film that you're out on a back-to-back 1,300-plus yard season wide receiver. You're out on it. Something that he said when he was 19 years of age. Go back and listen to Nick Saban talk about Derrick Henry. It'll blow your mind what these guys do not know when they come to college and things that they're not doing when they come to college. And it's simple because when you're a high school athlete, you're not typically playing against teams to where some of this type of film study is even necessary. A lot of times, man, you're just going up against teams and you're better than them. Or you're going up against teams and you might watch, hey, this guy right here, this is the guy who you're playing against. Look at some of his moves. How much film are you watching? I used to work with this stuff with my own sons. But I can tell you up front, they're not going to sit down and watch a ton of film. They're not going to watch a ton of film. This has to be one of the worst smear campaigns that I've seen. This is so dumb. It's absolutely dumb. And, you know, they're talking about controversial video. Yeah, it's only controversial. It's only controversial if you don't understand when it was recorded. This is crazy. Just a smear campaign. But again, hey, if he drops in the draft, in the Cowboys, and he's there for the Cowboys, and they feel like he's the best wide receiver for them, I'm not going to be mad, even though Micah Parsons is the guy I want. I'm not going to be mad if the Cowboys get him. And I agree with this statement, and some of you are saying this in the comments. Conversely, responsibility falls on teams like the Cowboys to do their homework and ensure their prime targets are fits within the locker room and at the next level. Assuming McMillan checks those boxes, he is a name to keep an eye on for the Cowboys fans as the draft approaches. I'm just telling you, if Ted McMillan is there at 12, I don't think the Cowboys will be able to resist. I do not think the Cowboys will be able to resist Ted McMillan at 12. I don't. But again, I'm not sure he makes it to 12. I'm not sure he makes it to 12. Iceberg Slim said he was a freshman. He didn't even know. He would have a football career. And for sure, Iceberg, he probably didn't have in his mind that he would have an opportunity to go at number 12 or even higher in the draft. Hallelujah said, when I was 19, all I cared about was what female was in my bed at night. Hey, hallelujah, man, I'm telling you. Man, when you 19 years old, I tell people all the time, man, I wasn't born a preacher. Man, come on, man. When I'm 19 years old, man, I'm not thinking about the stuff I think about today. I wasn't thinking about going to church every Sunday and Wednesday. And no, man, I'm not thinking, man, come on, man. This is crazy stuff they doing to this dude, Ted McMillan. And they do this type of stuff every year, it seems like. Somebody gets a smear campaign. And I just wonder, Iceberg Slim, I'm kind of with you. I'm kind of wondering if some people do this stuff on purpose so a player can drop and they wind up getting a player. Intelligent Savage, do he produce on the field? The tape says yes. So I'm good with it. Whatever he's doing, he has produced tremendously since the year before the season at Arizona. The kid has the goods, no doubt. Yeah, man, he's a pure wide receiver. He's a pure wide receiver, and it's crazy what they're doing. Calvin said, why do we keep eating our own on this channel? If you want him traded, just say that. Oh, you talking about Micah? Nah, they're not going to trade him. Hey, Calvin 55, we're just going to have to, I said it earlier, I say it again. One, we don't have the power to trade Micah Parsons. But again, I just think we're going to have to accept Micah Parsons. He is what he is. This is the kind of stuff that we're going to have to understand you're dealing with him. This is the stuff you have to understand you're dealing with. All we can do is hope he matures, and this stuff continues, and it slows down as time goes on. Alfredo, now I hope you, it says, Alfredo said done with Tech because he supposedly don't like watching film on the offseason. Man, that's not dumb. That's outright stupid. Man, that's crazy. Hey, Alfredo, that is crazy, man. And we talking from when this dude was 19 years old. Boy, these people ought to be shaming themselves, man. Especially doing this to a young kid, man. This is shameful stuff. Shameful. Iceberg said, he said, see how easy it is to swindle people? Yeah, swindle people. This is why scammers are successful in a lot of things in life. Common sense. Man, Iceberg, isn't it crazy? The guy on the left, he doesn't even say, yeah, man, I'm going to go back and check that out. He doesn't even say, well, have you seen what he did on the field? It don't seem like it affected him. He just simply says, I'm out on him too. See, Burleson, you got me rolling, but you might be, hey, you probably right. You said he probably still isn't watching film. Man, I'm just telling you. Let me give you the greatest example I know of. Let me tell you how I know. College is just another level of high school. It's not until you get into the NFL that you truly become a professional, even though today it's probably a little bit different today with some of these players because of the NIL money involved. And with some of these programs, you can pretty much guarantee you're going to the pros if you get on these programs. So it all depends. But let me just give you one of the examples that I know of. Michael Vick. Let me tell y'all something. If Andy Reid would have got a hold of Michael Vick in his rookie season and been with Michael Vick for 5 years, let me tell you something. Michael Vick would have been one of the greatest quarterbacks we've ever seen. Because I can tell you now, man, a lot of people might not realize it. This dude, Michael Vick, is one of the most explosive players I've ever seen in my life. He is one of the most explosive players I've ever seen in my life. Michael Vick was so explosive, I didn't even realize Michael Vick was like 5'10". Michael Vick breaks the rules for me. As my rule is, I just wouldn't get a quarterback below 6'2". I mean, 6'1" is pushing it for me. I make an exception for Michael Vick. This dude was explosive. You know what's strange about Michael Vick? This dude confessed. He said he wished he'd have took the game more serious when he first came to the NFL. He said they used to give him film and he wouldn't watch it. They would give him blank DVDs on purpose. He never even noticed it. He never even noticed it because he didn't watch film. He just didn't watch film. I wouldn't be surprised if there's people in the pros. Some of them probably don't watch film. Now, you can't be a quarterback and not watch film. But some of these positions probably don't watch a lot of film. They just probably don't. So Ted McMillan, I'm sure Ted McMillan is watching film now. I'm sure he is. Even if you're watching film of yourself, he's watching film. I'm pretty sure he is. But again, this is one of the most craziest smear campaigns that they're doing. But again, hey, man, if he drops to the Cowboys, I ain't going to be mad. Robert Dudley, I'm not going to be mad. Ice cold, I'm not going to be mad if he drop. Andrew Rebel Chicks, what's going on? Yeah, appreciate you being in here. I'm telling you, hey, if Ted McMillan drops to us, I'm not going to be crying about it. I'm just not going to be crying about it. I'm not. Robert Dudley said, if you're mentally fit, you're physically fit. Again, like I said, I'm not going to be crying about it. I'm just not. See, Burleson, he said, I don't care if you watch film in college. I know if he come to Dallas, he going to watch film. Facts. Facts. He is. A lot of times, guys don't start doing professional things until they get to the pros. Even the college programs, it's just a big high school. It's more advanced, but it's still you're playing with players who are never going to go to the pros. And you can get by even in college on a lot of athletic ability, especially if you're on a really good team. Drew 912, that was the reason Jerry passed on Randy Moss. Ask him if that was a mistake. Now, Drew 912, you make a perfect example. Randy Moss was so talented. What is he? I mean, I'm not saying that this is right. What is he watching film against another defensive back for? What are you watching film? They can't hold him. Who could hold Randy Moss running straight down the field? Not running straight down the field. You couldn't hold Randy Moss. You couldn't. Angie said, I'll be listening in the shadows. I have to cook dinner. Cool. The real fan, he says, if Ted McMillan and Kevin Banks are there, who would you take? Ted McMillan. Cowboys have got to get that wide receiver position shored up. Have to get that wide receiver position shored up. They got to get that wide receiver. Unless you can get Kevin Banks and get a Mecca. It's the only way I'm doing it. But again, that's also going to push where you draft in the running backs from. The Cowboys have got to go wide receiver and running back in the first 2 rounds. They have got to get Ted, a Mecca, one of these other top flight wide receivers. And they can't, for me, I'm not going lower than Judkins. The Cowboys, they got to get one of these top 5 running backs. And, man, let me show you something I found today. Let me see if I still have it. Man, I found this on X today. Because y'all already know where I am. Y'all already know where I am. Me and Angie and a couple of us others. Hey, man. These Ohio State boys, shoot. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you where I think the Cowboys should be going. Look at this insane stat. This is on Travion Henderson. This is insane. It says that Travion Henderson was the only running back in college football to hit these marks. Intelligent Savage, I know you appreciate this. 7 yards per carry, 1,000 plus rushing yards, 250 plus receiving yards. His 145 rushing attempts were the least by a player who cleared the 1,000 yard mark. This is, I'm telling you, this dude right here, this dude, nice. Yeah, I definitely want him at the running back position for the Cowboys. But the Cowboys have got to make the right move, and they got to get Travion Henderson in the 2nd round. And then now that you got an extra 4th round, If you want to go defensive tackle in the 3rd, edge rusher in the 4th, cornerback in the 5th, another running back in the 5th, another wide. He seems to think the Cowboys have their offensive line. He absolutely thinks it. And so I don't think they're going to be trying to mess around with offensive linemen in the draft unless they do it in the back half of the draft. I think that's the only place that they'll do it. But again, man, kind of listening to Jerry and Steven today, one thing I can tell you about these Cowboys, if you're listening, they are on the same page. They are saying the same things. They're on the same page. And that part I can appreciate. I can appreciate that part. Let's go to one more video before we get out of here. I can appreciate the Cowboys being on the same page. I'm absolutely all for it. The Cowboys, we also have a new interview. We also have a new interview with Brian Schottenheimer. I've seen some of the clips already, but I'm glad that that DallasCowboys.com finally posted it. I want to listen to some of this before we get out of here. But the thing about listening to these Cowboys now that I'm liking, if you've heard one of them, you've heard all of them. They're all saying the same thing. They're all saying the same thing. And I think this is absolutely great. They're all saying the same thing. And this is why one of the reasons I am so ready for the Cowboys to get Micah Parsons signed. We can get over the initial shock of that contract. Then we can break that contract down and see what it looks like. And then we'll be good. Fat Cat, do you think they should ban the tush push? Well, I can tell you this. It's one of those plays. I think the reason why people are talking so much about it, it's almost an unstoppable play, depending upon who's running it. The Baltimore Ravens, they have their tight end doing it. Josh Allen is doing it for the Bills. And then you have the best team in the league doing it, who is really the originator and the perfecters of it. It is the Philadelphia Eagles. The only problem I see with the play is that it is borderline unstoppable as it applies to the Philadelphia Eagles. I would say stop it, but I just don't know if you can stop it, especially with them running it. It's one of those plays, especially, it's hard to stop twice. You can stop it once. It's not possible. I just don't think it's possible to stop it twice. It's hard to stop it twice. You may get lucky if you get them on a 4th and 1 and you stop it, but guess what else you can't do? I don't think you can stop it twice in a game. It's hard to stop twice in a game because it takes a lot out of you. And I think that some teams, they're probably saying it out of jealousy because they can't do it as good. But I think there's another part of it where people are seeing that it is a play that because only one team can do it well, it's not a fair play. Me, I'm kind of like, if they get rid of it, I won't be mad about it. I won't be mad about it if they get rid of it. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. My man Wicked up in here. Yes, sir. Y'all hit that like button. My man Wicked, what's going on? Top Gunner. I'm going to have to say Michael Vick was probably the most explosive player I've seen when he was in college. And he had the arm to go along with his speed. Top Gunner. This dude could throw it a mile. Michael Vick could throw it a mile, man. He was incredible. He was absolutely incredible. I don't think a lot of people can appreciate how good this dude Michael Vick was. He was incredible. He was. And then Andy Reid got a hold to him sooner, man, we'd probably been talking a little bit different about Michael Vick. Iceberg Slim, C. Burleson, facts. He was in college now. You don't go to the classroom in the film room. You know what's so crazy about college? College to me is so twisted when it comes to sports, especially when you're talking about football. Come on, man. Why do we even masquerade these guys going to college? Some of these guys, they want college educations. But the reality of the situation, man, these guys don't, man, they're not going to college to play they're not going to college to get no education. When you have elite talent, I'm talking elite talent. Man, when you have elite talent, man, you ain't worth, man, you about to make millions when you hit to the pros. And at the end of the day, you can always go back to college. The millions is not going to always be out there. Intelligent Savage, he said, G, check out that James Foster's ranking. Every wide receiver in the draft 2025. I like the breakdown of the wide receivers. Okay, James Foster. Okay, we'll look at that in a moment. James Foster's wide receiver rankings. Let me pull it up. We'll listen to a few moments of, he says James Foster, okay. All right, we'll pull that up here in just a moment. All right, James Foster. Okay, I see it. All right. Okay, I wonder if he got this in written form. I see the video. Let me see if I can. Okay. All right, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let me see if I can pull it. Let's see. It looks like it's a video. Yeah, it looks like it's a video, correct? Let me pull it up real quick. Let me look here. All right, James Foster. Woo, man, this is nice right here. Ooh, wee. Boy, he got these jokers broke all the way down, don't he? He got him ranked from 41 all the way to number 1. Woo! Okay, you know what? I'm gonna bookmark this. We're gonna be looking at this over the next few weeks. Yeah, he got a nice little breakdown here. I appreciate you turning me on to that, Savage. Boy, he got a nice little breakdown. Boy, hey, I'm tripping. I'm already tripping, Savage, on who he got at the number 1 spot. Wow. Who he has as the number 1 spot is crazy. Okay. All right. We'll look at it here in just a moment, matter of fact. We'll look at a couple of minutes of Matt Eberflus. I haven't went through this. It's a little bit long. So what I may do, we may listen to a couple of things on Eberflus, and then I'm going to go through it tonight. And then we'll go through it some more tomorrow so I can highlight some issues that maybe we want to look at. But I want us to look at this wide receiver breakdown. This is pretty nice that he got here. It's pretty nice. Appreciate your intelligence, Savage. We'll look at it a little bit tonight. And then again, we're going to be looking at it all the way through the draft. I'm going to keep this up. I'll save this somewhere. Robert Dudley, he said the tush push will fade on its own. Defenses and defensive coordinators need to play a better chess game to stop it. Lock it down. Robert Dudley, you know one of the problems with the tush push, though? Man, you got to have the horses to stop it, too. Man, you got to have them trenches to stop that play. If you don't have the trenches, you done on that play. You got to have the trenches to do it. And a lot of teams don't have the trenches. So it's a wrap. Richard Owens, what's up? He said Jerry sent the tape in so that he could fall to us. Boy, man, I thought something similar, man. I was like, this is crazy. This dude shouldn't be dropping like this. Iceberg Slim says, see, that's when you get drafted and visit that weekend. You get in the iPad with the playbook. Yeah. I'm with you. Dominique, what's up? He said, I'll take Henderson or Hampton. Man, I want Travion Henderson bad. But Ohio State knows how to produce running backs. Man, they're a factory, bro. They're a factory. I'm taking these Ohio State guys. Again, you can always keep it simple. Can't go wrong. Ohio State, Ibuka and Henderson. Top gunner. Me and you in the same boat. I'll be done with this draft if they do that. Ice cold. We need a running back one. And we got to get him in the draft. Yes, sir. Let me see here. Talk Cowboys, he says, in high school on this tape for Ohio State, he has one of the nastiest jump cuts I've ever seen and flat out speed after that jump cut. True. Me, Barry Sanders would have blushed hard watching it. Boy, yeah. Man, this dude, I'm telling you. Boy, when I hear that noise, Man. Cowboys pick with the number 44 overall pick. Travion Henderson. I won't even be mad if they get him in the first, if they can trade back and get him. Get him in the first and get a wide receiver at the top of the second. Man, let me tell you something, 70s fan. Boy, you just said something so true. The Cowboys missed a golden opportunity with Dak Prescott and Ezekiel in the first few years. When Dak was on that rookie contract, the Cowboys should have loaded up. They should have loaded up because the money they were paying Dak, boy, they should have loaded up. I mean loaded up. They didn't. They were too busy liking our guys and paying some of those guys we had on the team. And that's what happened. Boy, Neezy, you be killing me with these comments. Neezy said when the Cowboys used and perfect the tush push, then they were bad at. You 100% right. You 100% right, boy. If it was the Cowboys running this, they would have been done got rid of it. All right, we'll look at this. There's an article actually on the tush push. We'll look at that here in about 10 minutes. Yeah, you know what, Intelligent Savage? You just said something that's very powerful. Intelligent Savage said the only issue with the tush push is the defense is not allowed to push from behind and the defense can. Unfair advantage. That's a great point. Unfair advantage. Boy, he said Vic, my home state, right down the highway as well. Hey, you already know that boy Vic was crazy. Man, my man Chanel is in the crib. What's up? He says Henderson didn't get his running mate Junkins. Woo, man. Boy, if the Cowboys could get both of them, it'd be nuts. It would be nuts, bonkers up in here. He said, have you checked out Steve Smith's top wide receivers this year's draft? I haven't. Okay, I'll write that down too. All right. And I'll tell you what we'll do. Since I have not watched Brian Schottenheimer's video, I really wouldn't know where to go with it. Let's pull up this James Foster. Hopefully I don't get copyright struck on it. And we'll pull up. This is a very interesting list that he's pulled up, that he has going here. And I think what's interesting is where does he have him ranked? And boy, he has put in the work. Let me see here. I was going to do something similar to this, but not with 40 wide receivers. I mean, he broke down 40 wide receivers. I mean, I was thinking more like 5 wide receivers. He broke down 40. Golly. All right, let me put this up on the screen, see what I'm working with here. Let's see here. This is what he has up here. Let's see if we got some sound.
I'll have their scouting report with strengths and weaknesses, their measurements and athletic testing, and then individual skill ratings. As always, I'm going to start the video by breaking down what each of the skill ratings mean so that I can define them and also talk about what skills and traits are most important for receivers.
Well, he has did a thorough background. I mean, there is every wide receiver on here you can name.
So the athleticism ratings are all self-explanatory: play strength, speed, acceleration, deceleration, and change of direction. For press coverage, I've got quickness, which includes lateral quickness, but also burst off the line of scrimmage. There's a lot of receivers that are able to beat press coverage just because they have so much juice off the snap. Strength is your ability to power through contact at the line of scrimmage, and then footwork is your release package. How many different techniques do you have to beat press coverage? How polished and concise is your footwork? For route running, I've got a lot of different ratings. Strength is your ability to withstand contact throughout the route. It also includes using your hands and physicality to separate at the break point, whether it's a push off, wipe technique, anything to release contact. And then quickness and burst are kind of similar, and a lot of times they correlate, but it's a key distinction that I wanted to make with these ratings. Quickness is specifically your foot speed in and out of breaks. Burst is your ability to explode at the top of the route and actually create separation out of your break. So there's a lot of receivers that might have really quick feet when they're running their routes, but when they're actually changing directions, they aren't covering a ton of ground with that step out of the break point. Savvy is your route running nuance and deceptive footwork at the top of the route. So if you're just kind of counting your steps and running the route exactly as it's drawn up on the playbook, you aren't doing anything to set up your breaks, you're going to have a low rating for this. But if you're using rocker steps and head fakes and you're getting the defender to open their hips away from the direction that you're breaking, that's going to give you a high rating here. Efficiency basically refers to wasted movement. So there are some players that might have the athletic ability to run really crisp routes, but they're taking an extra step or two into the top of the route. Sometimes players will unnecessarily drift into contact and they aren't able to get out of their breaks cleanly. Stop routes are just anything where you're cutting off the route on the vertical plane. So that's a hitch, a curl, a comeback. This rating is going to correlate to deceleration, but there's also an art and a technique to running these kind of routes and like really selling the vertical push and then sinking your hips and cutting it off. Double moves are pretty self-explanatory, just, you know, sluggo, stop and go, anything like that. And then zone route running comes down to cutting off your route at the correct point so that you're mid-pointing to zone coverage defenders. It also includes adjusting your route throughout the play so that you're staying open. And I factor in how quarterback friendly you are on scramble drills for this rating also. For catching, the first rating is just open catches. So basically,
So what I'm wondering here is when I'm looking at this, I'm wondering if his numbers are actually the numbers of who he thinks is the best. And it does seem like that's what he's thinking as far as these wide receivers go. Let's look at a couple of these. Yeah, I think he has these ranked by how he sees these wide receivers. Very interesting, Savage. And he's got this ranked. Wow, this dude has Luther Burden III at number 1, and he has Travis Hunter as the GOAT. And again, this is one person's breakdown. He has Matthew Golden at number 2, Ted McMillan at number 3, Emeka at number 4, Higgins, somebody who I hadn't even considered, Jaden Higgins at number 6, and I've heard y'all mention his name, Kyle Williams at 7. He's got Jack Beck at 8. I've heard y'all mention his name. And then he's got Savion Williams, Isaiah Bond at number 10. So this is a pretty exhaustive list. I've seen some of y'all mention Trey Harris. He's got him at number 11. I was trying to see where does he have Dante. I wonder if he has Dante Thornton on here.
basically focus drops. We've got catch radius, ball tracking, body control. Ball tracking is like hand-eye coordination, tracking the ball over your shoulder. Body control is how you fight for and establish catch space. Jump ball is essentially like a 50-50 high point, goal line fade type of throw. And then contact catch is your ability to secure the catch through contact as you're getting hit. For yak, we've got elusiveness, power, and speed. Those are all self-explanatory. And then miscellaneous includes fumbles and run blocking. For the fumble rating, basically like if you don't have a career fumble, I just gave you a 90 and I kind of skipped.
All right, so what we'll do, let's kind of look at his top 10. That's kind of where I'll take it. Let's take it to his top 10. And then if there's a couple y'all want to check out, I will. So his top 10. Okay, so at number 10, that looks like Isaiah Bond.
Route tree and usage in a pro style offense. We're now into the top 10, and that's going to start off with the most disappointing receiver in this class, to me at least, Isaiah Bond, coming in at wide receiver 10, 58 overall. So heading into the year, Isaiah Bond was my wide receiver 1. I had him as a top 5 player in this class. And I think just purely based on natural talent, he's one of the 3 or 4 most talented, skilled, and athletic receivers this year. I absolutely loved his Alabama tape. I think based on that, he seemed to me like, somebody on the Jalen Waddle to Zay Flowers spectrum, where he can be this electrifying deep threat, obviously, but where he's really going to kill you is the way that he can snap off comebacks, deep outs, sail routes. He has the complete package as far as burst and vertical speed, but also the sudden change of direction to break off routes at tight angles. But Isaiah Bond ended up playing through an injury this year. And over the second half of the year, he pretty much became an afterthought in Texas offense. After week 5, he only had 146 receiving yards. Even back when he was healthy, I don't think they really used him in a way that played to his strengths, just as far as the kinds of routes that they were having him run. Isaiah Bond's worst route, in my opinion, is a stop route against off coverage. He just hasn't figured out how to sell the vertical push to create underneath space. He kind of like drifts into stop routes and creates unnecessary contact at the top of the route. And it felt like that was pretty much half of what they had him do. He isn't very effective on contested targets, just 4 for 16 over the last 2 seasons. And, wasn't given as many opportunities this year, but wasn't able to come down with some tough catches down the stretch. During the season, I've got a handful of teams and units that I just watch every week or every couple weeks. Texas's offense was one of those. So I was watching Isaiah Bond pretty much every week. I got pretty deep into the year and still had a really high grade on Isaiah Bond despite his lack of production, just because I believe in the natural talent. Kind of the straw that broke the camel's back, though, was some of the lack of effort that he showed as a run blocker. Players of his size, are never going to be great run blockers. I'm not talking about losing one-on-one reps. There were just so many plays where he showed an inexcusable lack of effort, like not even engaging.
So Isaiah Bond, I would probably say, it looks like here when you look at him, he is, let me see where he's projected to go. I think they have got him, because he's actually the number 1, or he's the number 11th ranked wide receiver. He's projected to go in the 3rd. Yeah, he's actually projected to go in the 3rd overall. That's where they have him at. 3rd overall. Yep, that's where they have him. His draft projection is number 3rd. He ranks number 11th in the position. He's got him in number 10. So it's pretty close
with his assignment. And to me, I think NFL teams are going to see that and be like immediately turned off. If I was a GM and I was meeting with Isaiah Bond at the combine, I would be putting these reps on the screen. First thing I ask him is, hey, so what was the strategy here? But yeah, I think his talent and athleticism is enough to where I still have a higher grade on him than a lot of better and more productive receivers. But I expected him to come back to school and try to put together a fully productive season and, establish himself as a 1st-round pick. I think his tape, some of the lack of effort at times, and I've heard some stuff about football character. I think that might cause him to drop to day 2. He is 81st on the consensus board, though, and it would not surprise me if a team takes a shot on him a lot earlier than that. My wide receiver 9 is Savion Williams out of TCU. I think he has the highest upside of any receiver in this class. I think his size, explosiveness, yak ability.
Angie the Rebel Chicks. Angie, you were saying the same thing about this dude. You convinced me. Savion Williams is an absolute dog. He is an absolute dog. And I agree with what this kid or this guy just said. When I think about upside, Savion Williams, to me, highest ceiling on these wide receivers in the draft. Because there is so much he can work on, but he's so doggone explosive. This dude is so explosive. It's crazy. Athleticism. Again, let me remind us. This is the part that gets me about him. Scouting report strengths. Super athletic. Made Bruce Feldman's 2023 Freaks List at number 56. He wrote, Williams, though, jumps well too, having hit 10-6 on the broad jump and posted a 40-inch vertical. In 2022, Williams made 29 receptions for 392 yards and 4 touchdowns. Let me tell you something. He jumps off the tape. Surprising wiggle for a big man. This dude is crazy. Look at this, what they said about him here. Brings defensive coordinator nightmares with his triple threat ability. House it as a runner, receiver, or surprise teams with his cannon arm. Accelerates like a sports car off the line. This dude is crazy. Now, what he needs to work on, I think it was Ty Church who was telling me this. What he has to work on is his catching. He has him on open catch at a 34. He has him on open catch as a 34. He has him on efficiency at a 33. This is pretty much, I believe, all related to maybe his shortcomings. I have not seen him drop, when people show film, they're not showing him dropping passes. They're not showing him dropping passes. So I haven't seen him dropping passes or anything like that. But, man, I'm telling you, this is one of these kids. Man, this is something you could work on for a whole year while still at the same time finding ways to get the ball in his hand. And I think he'll be more explosive. I can't think of another wide receiver that is this explosive. He jumps off the tape. Let's check him out.
And contested catch skills would all qualify as elite. So he's almost 6'4", 222 pounds, 32.5-inch arms, but he has almost an 81-inch wingspan, which is 94th percentile. As a vertical threat, he erases cushion with elite burst and top speed, but he isn't just a linear player. He has loose hips to explode out of breaks at sharp angles.
Now, a lot of people may not realize this. That's actually unusual for bigger wide receivers. And it's unusual for bigger cornerbacks. This is one of the reasons why, if you'll notice a trend in the NFL, you ever notice you don't really see gigantic cornerbacks? One of the reasons why you don't see gigantic cornerbacks is what he's talking about. Their ability to quickly change direction. You see that in the 6 foot, 6'1", 5'11", 5'10" cornerbacks. Even some of the shorter ones who play the nickel. It's a wonder when you realize in this league that there are not a lot of towering cornerbacks. It is harder for these bigger cornerbacks to be loose in the hips. And so when you get one that is loose in the hips, a wide receiver that's this big, man, I'm telling you, I like Ted McMillan, but if the Cowboys went and got Savion Williams in the second round, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't even be mad. I wouldn't even be mad. But my thought process is, I believe the Cowboys should try to double up, and I would shock the whole league on this. If I was the Cowboys, I'd go wide receiver in the first round, running back in the second round. I would shock the whole league. I would go wide receiver again in the third round. I'd shock the league. I would get Travion Henderson, Savion Williams both. I would shock the league. I would. I would put this entire league on notice. We're coming to town. we're coming to town, and we're not playing on offense. We got three of the best weapons you could get in college football. Henderson, we got Emeka, Henderson, and Savion Williams. I'm telling you, boy, this dude, Savion Williams,
can abruptly decelerate on stops and comebacks, does a good job of using his length to amplify separation out of breaks, and then he carves up press coverage, lethal diamond release, automatic separator on quick slants. I have him with the best overall yak score in this class. He just really brings everything to the table that you want for a receiver after the catch. He's elusive. He's got the speed to burn pursuit angles. He can lower his shoulder and truck a defender in the open field. TCU used him as a traditional running back, like taking carries out of the backfield. He actually led FBS receivers with 322 rushing yards last year. I think he has a floor of being a gadget yak receiver, but his his potential is so much more than that. But the drawbacks with Savion Williams are pretty concerning. So he's a fifth-year senior with modest receiving production, just 611 yards last year, which was his career high. His hands are really frustrating because it's like the higher difficulty the catch is, the more consistent he is in securing it. When it comes to like acrobatic receptions through contact in the back corner of the end zone, he's one of the best in this class. I mean, 73% career contested catch rate. But if you're throwing him a 7-yard hitch, it's a coin flip whether or not he's going to catch that. An 11.8% drop rate in 2024, 8 total drops. I didn't chart them, but it felt like 6 or 7 of those were within 5 to 7 yards of the line of
Savage. This man did his homework. This man did his homework right here. Now, this is the part that no one has showed you I haven't seen on the drops.
Scrimmage. He gets compared to Quentin Johnston because he has dreads and played at TCU. I don't really think it's comparable. Like, now I was lower on Quentin Johnston. That was one of my good draft takes. But watching him at TCU, he just never looks natural catching the football. Another player, like I talked about, who just fights the ball in the air. That applies to open targets, contested targets. Savion Williams has focus drops, and I'm not saying that's not a negative or not a weakness, but I just think it's a lot different than Quentin Johnston. And then Williams, definitely needs to become a more consistently detailed route runner, but I thought his separation potential is a lot more than Quentin Johnston ever showed. Savion Williams is the definition of a boom bust prospect. I could see him leading rookie receivers in total yards. I could see him being out of the league after 2 seasons. At wide receiver 8,
let me tell you who I see getting this guy. Let me tell you exactly who I see getting this guy. San Francisco 49ers. He just reminds me of a better Deebo Samuel. A bigger, better Deebo Samuel. I could definitely see the San Francisco 49ers getting him. I could. I could see them getting him in the second. I could. I could see them getting him at some point. I wouldn't be surprised based on what he just said about the drops. I've heard some of you say some things about him and the drops, so I wouldn't be surprised if that was an issue where some teams may pass on him in the earlier rounds and then maybe see if he's still there in the maybe late in the third, early in the fourth. But again, I wouldn't be shocked if a team took a chance, got him late in the second, because he's a weapon. And with him, the focus would really be getting the ball in his hands. That would be the focus. Can we get the ball in his hands? Can we get the ball in his hands? That would be the focus. So I could see Savion Williams going either way. I could see him really going either way. 70s fans said, people don't realize that guy paid $2 million in the first 4 seasons. Boy, yeah. Man, yeah. Cowboys should have loaded up around him. Intelligent Savage, he said, Alec Ayu Minor. I'll look at him too. Let's look at him. He's a blocking machine when he doesn't have the ball. Nice footwork. Yeah. Yeah, and Savion Williams, that was the first time that I have seen somebody really show the fact that I've heard people talk about it. I just hadn't seen it. A little bit concerning, and I shouldn't say a little bit concerning. It is concerning. But again, man, he'd be living on them jug machines if it was me. Or he'd be living on them jug machines. All right, let's check out this dude, Alec, you're talking about. Let's check him out.
Too, just because of the inconsistencies over the second half of the season. At wide receiver 14, I've got Alec Ayamanor out of Stanford. He is almost 6'2", 206 pounds. Ran a 4.44 in the 40-yard dash, had 80th percentile vertical and broad jump. He's kind of a difficult player to get a read on. I would say I like the idea of Alec Ayamanor more than I actually liked his tape. He was very productive despite a just disastrous surrounding core at Stanford. Ayamanor has the combination of size, I think average to above average athleticism, route running and release footwork, and then flashes at the catch point to where you could see him becoming like a complete, low-end wide receiver 1. I just didn't think the speed and explosiveness really showed up on tape the way that it did at the combine. And then despite flashes, just way too inconsistent catching.
Now, let me tell you something that's crazy right here, because I heard the same thing about Ted McMillan. A lot of people were saying the same thing about Ted McMillan, that he worked really hard so that he would look good for his pro day. And again, this is why I keep telling people, pro days don't impress me. I'm just not impressed with pro days. Pro days are what they are. They're pro days. They're designed to make that player look like a pro. That's what they're designed for. And they go over that same drill over and over and over and over until that drill is like the back of their hand. And I'm not saying that those drills that they're running over and over and over and they perfect, that they're not, like an indicator that this player may be good. But I also think that it's not the tail of the tape. No, the tape is what you need to be focusing on. The pro days is entertainment. If we want to look at it as, okay, do they have the drive to take the pro day serious and come out here and be in the best shape of their life? Okay, that's cool. We know they got that kind of drive. But at the end of the day, that's not where I'm getting the majority. I'm not even getting 30 or 40% of my outlook on this player from the pro day. I'm not. I would probably be an anomaly in this. I would put very little stock into a pro day. I would put very little stock. I would just kind of be like, okay. I mean, there's no competition out there. Okay, they look swift. I mean, they look good, everything they're doing. Okay, cool. But this isn't changing my mind on what the tape was. It's not changing my mind. So, again, Elik Minor, I think that's how they pronounced it. So, Intelligent Savage, tell me this. Do you think that we could get the same thing out of Jonathan Mingo or maybe a little bit more? Because when he starts talking about him, I'm thinking about what we already have on the team. Jonathan Mingo. Bigger, a bigger wide receiver than this guy. Could we get the same thing out of Mingo?
The football, 8.7% career drop rate each of the last 2 seasons, has some dominant wins on contested targets, but just inconsistent, leveraging catch space, high pointing the ball, and then surviving contact at the catch point. The other thing I have to mention with Iomanor is he is the best run blocker in this class by far, and one of the best college run blocking receivers that I've ever evaluated. They'll use him as like an insert lead blocker at the point of attack, but even when he isn't involved in the play, he's looking to end his opponent's life. I mean, the backside of a bubble screen, it's like Mad Max Fury Road. If you're a DB that's not that interested in playing the run, not looking to, embrace contact, it's going to be a long day for you if you're lined up against Elik Iomanor. And I mean, his run blocking reel is just incredible. It's kind of like I was saying earlier in the video, receivers that have inconsistencies or kind of unrefined elements to their game, I'm a lot more confident in betting on them to improve in those areas if they give maximum effort as a run blocker, because I think it speaks to your overall effort and how much you care about playing football. And I mean, Elik Iomanor checks that box 1,000 times over. Can't say enough good things about what he gives you in the run game. Next up, we've got...
I wonder if we could get that same production out of Mingo. I wonder. Because where he is really good at run blocking, I agree with you there, I just don't see the explosiveness. And the Cowboys seem to be looking for that explosive. They seem to be looking for that explosive wide receiver. Let me pull up a couple of more of these. I want to see what he said about Ted McMillan and Emeka, and then we'll look at some more of these. And I'm going to pull up his thing on the running backs too. And we'll look at those maybe here tomorrow. But he's got Emeka at 4, and he has Ted at 3. Very interesting what he says about these two. Let's let it play. We'll go to Emeka.
Dealing with physicality at the line of scrimmage and getting off a tight press coverage. My wide receiver 4 is Emeka Egbuka out of Ohio State. Such a narrow range of outcomes, but I think they all end with him being a quality, productive receiver. I don't really see him being a true number one, but I think he's going to give you somewhere between 700 and 1,000 yards for the majority of his career. He played almost exclusively in the slot at Ohio State, and I do think that's where he projects the best in the NFL, but I wouldn't categorize him as a slot-only receiver like I would say for someone like Xavier Restrepo, for example. I think he can play outside if he needs to. He's just not the elite explosive athlete to where he's going to be too much of a vertical threat against NFL corners. He did run a pretty solid 40-yard dash, 72nd percentile. You know, I think his speed and athleticism is fine by NFL standards, just not elite or top tier. He's a very technically sound route runner with smooth, efficient footwork. Once again, lacks that overwhelming burst out of breaks. You don't see him create significant separation with that first step at the top of the route. And I think that issue shows up most often when he's facing trail technique. He really has a hard time separating from trail technique corners that are reading his hips and they can anticipate and mirror his break. Igbuka, I would say, is an elite zone route runner, and probably the best thing on his tape is watching him run these sail routes into zone coverage and cover 3. He does such a good job of disguising his route, selling the vertical push, getting the defender to bail, open his hips, and then breaking to the sideline. One of the reasons that I actually think he could be a fairly effective outside receiver is what he showed against Notre Dame. Now, it's not like he was playing X and facing like tight press man, but Notre Dame is a very man-heavy scheme, and even in the slot or at Z, a receiver can at least show release footwork that would be translatable to facing press coverage. On Jeremiah Smith's touchdown, Emeka Egbuka actually ran the most impressive route on that play and just completely broke the defender's ankles. And then the last thing to mention with Egbuka is I think he's one of the better run blockers in this class for sure, especially when it comes to effort and motor. Still had a lot more losses in the run game than some of the bigger receivers in this class, but you can just tell sometimes by the way that a team uses a receiver as a run blocker how much they trust him, and like they trusted Egbuka to be the lead or insert blocker. And honestly, got to give credit to Ohio State's coaching staff and like the players also, but their skill position players gave maximum effort in as blockers, whether it's in the run game or pass protection. Travion Henderson I talked about is one of the best pass blocking running backs that I've ever evaluated, but Quinshon Judkins, no slouch in that area either. And Emeka Egbuka really plays with an edge in the run game. My third ranked receiver is Tetero McMillan out of Arizona, somebody that is, it seems like, falling on a lot of people's boards, but to me,
he may be there when the Cowboys draft. I don't think the Cowboys will be able to resist him. I don't think the Cowboys will be able to resist Tetero McMillan. Okay. I was wondering how you pronounce his name. Tetero McMillan. I don't think they'll be able to resist him. I don't.
He was one of the biggest risers from this past season. Watching his 2023 tape, I was just not impressed at all. It was like the Stephen A. Smith face watching his tape. Writing his report over the summer, I had a really hard time coming up with any strengths that weren't catch point related. I thought he was a stiff, dull route runner, gave you nothing after the catch. Really, to me, he was just purely a jump ball guy. And I mean, his ball skills are as good as I've seen for a college receiver. His arm length was just 45th percentile, but did have a 65th percentile wingspan. Really just has rare ball skills in every sense. Magnetic hands, very few focus drops, has outstanding focus in tight windows to make acrobatic catches. He can adjust and contort his body to make the catch and get his feet in bounds, establishes catch space, boxes out the defender, works back to the football. When it comes to catching the ball, I mean, I have very few complaints with Tetero McMillan, but he took a step forward this year in two key areas that led me to raise his grade from, I think, early third round grade heading into the year to a late first now. There is a noticeable improvement as an intermediate route runner from 2023 to 2024. I thought he was a completely different route runner, just with his nuance, his footwork, the ability to use steps purposefully at the top of the route to set up his breaks, specifically against off-man coverage when he has space to work with. I think saying that Tetairoa McMillan can't separate is just incorrect. For a player of his size, he's really efficient sinking his hips and either decelerating or changing directions. You see him run some really nice whip routes in the red zone. And then the other area he improved was after the catch. In 2024, he forced 29 missed tackles, which was more than double of his total from the previous 2 seasons. That's a dynamic aspect of his game he unlocked that pretty much didn't exist before 2024. Now, I do have some concerns with Tetairoa McMillan, and it starts with his ability to beat press coverage. He is kind of billed as this physical X receiver, but I think he really struggles against press and doesn't play with anywhere near the level of physicality you would expect for his size. It starts with his lack of burst off the line of scrimmage. So much is made about his 40-yard dash. Ran a 4.53, which I think lines up almost perfectly with what he shows on tape. When it comes to after the catch and he's got a long runway to stride out and build up speed, he can actually like run away from pursuit, and I think his top speed is fine, but he just doesn't pose any kind of vertical threat to outside corners, and he's rarely able to outpace man coverage on deep routes. The lack of release explosiveness really prevents him from stacking man coverage within the first few steps, and there's a lot of reps where he either gets planted on the ground or walled off to the sideline. Because he doesn't have that upfield burst, he has to take wide angles of departure to get around press. And kind of going back to the physicality, his freedom of movement is easily restricted if the cornerback's in phase. He really struggles and gets slowed down by grabby man coverage. Now, I do think, especially later in the season, he flashed some effective release footwork. There were also a couple reps where he was able to swat down the hands and counter aggressive press punches. But overall, like, I watch his press tape and I just have a hard time projecting T-Mac as an X receiver. I think he's a big slot ideally. His lack of motor and effort in the run game also really bothered me for a player of his size. Because he's so big, he can kind of just stand in front of his assignment and at least get in the way as a blocker. But I mean, there's just like no motor or sustain after his initial strike. It's not like tanking or really even affecting his grade, but definitely something that I thought was worth noting. My wide receiver 2 is Matthew Golden, who really broke out over the second half of 2024.
You know, boy, this is tough. Every time I see Savion Williams compared to Ted McMillan, when you're talking about these bigger wide receivers, I just got to say, man, Savion Williams might be, I don't know if it's might. Savion Williams might literally be the most explosive wide receiver in the draft. He may be. If you want somebody who's going to come right in and he's going to start running over NFL cornerbacks, it's Savion Williams. I'm telling you, I will not be surprised he doesn't make it to the third. I could see right now Kyle Shanahan gets rid of Deebo Samuel and immediately picks up Savion Williams. Immediately. I just wouldn't be surprised. I would love for the Cowboys to get him. Savage. He has the parts that you can't teach. He has the parts that it would take someone else longer to be taught. When you talk about explosiveness, I'm not saying you can't teach it, but you would much rather a player already have it. You would much rather that player already have it. You can teach hands. I'm telling you, you can teach hands. Now, you can't teach Savion Williams, at least I don't think at this stage. You couldn't teach him to have Ted McMillan hands. Ted McMillan, I'm realizing something. He got Spider-Man hands. I've noticed him on some tape myself. He got Spider-Man hands. He does. He's got Spider-Man hands. So when it comes to catching the ball, Ted McMillan is not going to be a problem. Now, where Ted, if you're looking for, as Stephen Jones said, the explosive number 2 wide receiver. Now, based on the tape that we just saw on Emeka, tape we just saw on Ted, tape we just saw on Aya Minor, tape we just saw on Emeka, Savion Williams, as much as I like Emeka, Savion's more explosive. I'm just telling you, maybe my eyes, y'all tell me what you think. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. Emeka seems to be the most explosive wide receiver in the draft. There is nobody jumping off the tape like Savion Williams. There's nobody jumping off. I just don't see anybody jumping off the tape like him. Savion Williams, I'm telling you, Savion Williams is going to be a problem. He's going to be a problem. He messes around and goes to a team with Kyle Shanahan. Kyle will get the ball in his hand. Kyle Shanahan will get the ball in that joker's hand. And I'm sorry, I would be afraid to see the San Francisco 49ers with Christian McCaffrey and this dude, Savion Williams. Boy, you're talking about a juggernaut. I like what I'm seeing. Okay, before we get out of here, let's see what he says about Burden and Matthew Golden. I already know what Burden is, but I really want to see what, I already know what Golden is. I really want to see what he has to say about Burden, and then we'll discuss it, and then we'll get out of here.
Or took over as the primary target in Texas' passing game. I don't think he's an elite athlete on tape in terms of speed and explosiveness, but very fluid and quick to separate from man coverage. A crisp and efficient route runner with nimble footwork to run complex routes, really good timing. He's able to kind of adjust and fluctuate speeds to set up defenders, and then a deep bag of releases to beat press coverage. He has incredible hands, really good spatial awareness and focus to track the ball through crowded passing lanes. He can work back to underthrown passes and locate the ball through a defender while he's being face guarded. He would run these outbreaking pylon routes in the low red zone, and it didn't matter how tight the window was, he was bringing those in consistently. Now, he ran a 4.29 in the 40-yard dash, which I will definitely give him some credit for, because I did not think he was that explosive and fast on tape. I thought, if I had to guess his 40 time, I would have said like 4.47, 4.48. You can obviously train to run the 40-yard dash and like how to get out of your stance and everything like that. But at a certain point, you can't fake a 4.29.
Nah, exactly. I said the same thing. You can't teach speed. I can teach you technique. Can't teach you speed. In track, I remember when running track, they can teach you, if you're already a speed demon, they can teach you to maybe shave a tenth, maybe a couple. But when you're talking about 4.29, nah, man. Nah, you can't teach that. You can't teach that. You got to already be running a 4.3, 4.31 to even dream of a 4.29. You don't teach speed. You don't jump from a 4.5 to a 4.2. You don't teach speed unless there's some freak growth. Unless you just have some kind of freak growth. You don't teach that. No, he's right. You can't teach this.
That means that there is some speed in there that he didn't show on tape. There's like one play that just kind of sticks out in my mind when I think about his speed, and it's him getting hawked down from behind one of the first plays against Arizona State. I don't know, man. I just sometimes after the combine, especially.
Now, let me tell you something now about what he's saying. I mentioned it earlier. Football speed. Football speed. You can get a guy who can run a 4.2. I remember playing football. And one of the things that I was always be very mindful of is what kind of pads did I pick? Because I always wanted to get the type of pads that would still allow me to run. All right, y'all hold on a second. I would always want to get the kind of pads that would still allow me to be able to run. because you're always concerned about football speed. See, you can take a track guy and put him on the football field, and you're thinking, man, this dude run like a 10.6, 100. He run like a 10.6, 10.4, 10.2. And then you put him on the field with pads on and running with other people on the football field. He's not as quick. He don't seem as fast. Football speed, anyone who's played this game understands what I'm saying. Football speed is different. I've watched guys who, you're thinking like, oh, man, he ain't that. They don't put him on the relay team. He's not running the sprints. But then when my wife's cousin, for example, could have went pro. I mean, freak athlete. I could pretty much outrun him almost just running straight ahead in track. I could outrun him sometimes. On the football field, no, different story. Different story. Unstoppable. Unstoppable, man. This dude was so football fast. He was a monster. He was on varsity as a freshman, and nobody wanted to see him. Nobody wanted to see him the moment he touched the field as a freshman. Football speed is dangerous, and this is what he's talking about. Matthew Golden. And again, as I look at the tape on him, I wonder too, has anyone noticed how Texas is using it? Pay attention to how Texas is using him. It doesn't seem to me, by the play selection, they're not putting him in position to say, you run a 4.29 40. Can we put you in position? Because again, let me give you a prime example. The Cowboys got one of these guys on their team. Let me pull up his 40 real quick. Okay, so when you pull up Paris Campbell's 40 time, what does he run? Paris Campbell runs a 4.31 40. The question becomes, why hasn't Paris Campbell 40 time, why hasn't it translated into the NFL? So now the question becomes, is Paris Campbell, one, is he football? Does he have football speed? What is the tape saying about Paris Campbell? This is something that we will probably do in the future, thinking about this. Does Paris Campbell have football speed? Number two, how is Paris Campbell being used? What are the plays that on the teams that he's been on, have they given him the opportunity? Have they given him the opportunity to use that speed? Hold on a second. Let me give a super chat in there. I didn't know Alex gave me a super chat. Alex, he said, for the support. He said, can't wait for the draft. G, Cowboys better not disappoint us with the O-line, man. First round. No, sir. Hey, man, we're gonna be all on this draft. Boy, we're gonna have a draft party in there. Man, hey, boy, we're gonna be all on this draft. We are going to definitely have some fun in this draft, Alex. Yes, sir. I am definitely waiting. But again, you think about this, and this is why you have to be careful in these drafts when you get these guys, because, man, the combine, these guys are, I don't want to say they're stupid, but they get enamored. They get enamored with a player. When they see him do something, or when they see, like, you think about Ashton Genty. People were wowing, ooh-ahing over Ashton Genty's body. I mean, he's grown men. Man, he was produced in a factory. Stop it. You not realize a lot of these football players are built like that? I mean, I'm not looking at them, but again, go look at the tape they posted on Judkins and his workout. Come on, man. These dudes been playing football all their doggone life. And a lot of that stuff is genetic. A lot of that stuff is genetic. I've known guys, and I know some of y'all have known people. Man, they're genetic. They're genetic freaks. I grew up with a guy named Terrell Key. Never worked out. Man, this dude took his shirt off one day. We were playing basketball, and we're like, what in the world? Man, this dude had cuts in his fingers. This dude was ripped. Dude ripped. Never lifted no weights. My younger son, he's a smaller kid. He ripped, though. Dude, take his shirt off. My younger son is ripped. He lift weights now, but he was already ripped. Some of this stuff be genetics. And so we get people, they get enamored on certain things. And on Matthew Golden, what they've been enamored by is the 40 speed. But again, when we're looking at him on tape, the question is, does he have football speed? And if he's not displaying the football speed, as we look at these plays, I'm noticing where are the go routes? Where are the seam routes? Where are the deep post routes? Where are the crossing routes underneath to where he can get the ball? And he showed us one right here. And let me show you something. This dude, Kevontae Turpin. Kevontae Turpin, a monster. Let me show you this play he just showed. Kevontae Turpin takes this to the crib. Watch this.
8. You can obviously train to run the 40-yard dash and like how to get out of your stance and everything like that. But at a certain point, you can't fake a 4.29. That means that there is some speed in there that he didn't show on tape. There's like one play that just kind of.
Now, again, do you notice the plays, the routes he's running? The plays, the routes. And again, when you start talking about separation, you have to remind people there's a difference in being fast and quick. My younger son is quicker than my fastest son, who's my middle son, who almost went to state in track. My youngest son he ran first leg. Well, no, second leg. My fastest son ran last leg. My youngest son is quicker, and this is why he's so good at basketball. He's quicker. But my middle son is way faster. Once he gets the long stride going, he's like 6'2". Once he gets that long stride going, once he get about 5 or 6 steps, it's over. It's over. He's not going to put a couple of, he'll do one step, and he's one step gone. My younger son, way quicker, he'll put 5 or 6 steps on you. He'll put 5 or 6 steps. What he misses in speed, he'll boom. He's so quick, he'll make you miss more than a couple of times. Again, this is why he was so good in basketball. So when you think about what we're watching with Golden, we're watching a fast receiver. But what we're also noticing, he's not a quick receiver. He's not a quick receiver. And maybe this is why they're kind of running these routes, because you think about a guy who's this fast. Let's look back at this play again. When you look at a guy that's this fast, watch this.
Did not think he was that explosive.
See, a guy who is quick, number 3, oh no, it's worse than this. He don't even, if you're a quick receiver, this dude is still standing still and trying to turn. By the time he gets to where this guy is, you're not going to hold a quick receiver like this. It's over. It's over right here. You're not even, this dude, if he's quick, he's so wide open. Look at this.
And fast on tape, I thought.
He ain't even there. On a quick wide receiver, Savion Williams, for example, he ain't even there. And Savion Williams is not as fast as this kid.
If I had to guess his 40 time, I would.
See right here? A quick receiver, right here, there's no hope. Right here, there's no hope. He's already a yard ahead if he's a quick receiver. And I think this is what he's pointing out.
4.47, 4.48. You can obviously.
Now, see, right there, that was a great move, and that's what got him the separation. But, man, he could have twisted this guy all the way up. If he's a quick wide receiver, he's more of a fast wide receiver.
Run the 40-yard dash and, like, how to get out of your.
See, right here, I understand exactly what he's saying. There is no way that if you run a 4.240, this guy that's running beside him, nope, he should already ran past him. Look at this.
Stance and everything like that.
Nah, that guy shouldn't be. No. And it's not the fact that he isn't fast. The problem is he isn't quick. That's what this guy is explaining. He's not quick.
8. You can obviously train to run the
Let's look at it
40-yard
again.
dash.
See? He's not quick. And notice, man, I'm about to get my board out and do some diagrams on this stuff. Watch his head movements. Watch his head. Watch his feet. A quick wide receiver, there's a difference in a fast wide receiver because these moves, I used to tell my son when he played cornerback, there are certain wide receivers, especially the ones that don't have the wiggle. Savion Williams is scary. He got wiggle. Savion Williams is scary. I'm just telling you up front. If he get his hands together, Savion Williams is going to be even more of a problem. Because when you get the wide receivers with the wiggle, even the hips are harder. Even the hips are harder to watch. The head movements, especially, you get the head movements, they're done. The quicker wide receivers, they're so quick with the head movements and the hip movements. By time, if you try to get a hand out, get on them, they'll brush that hand off. And before you even blink, boom, they're gone. They're gone. Right here.
I've said like 4.47.
Not this one, the next one. Watch
you
the
can
next.
obviously train to run the 40-yard
right here.
dash.
No, right there. This guy right here, if he's quick, the head fake is better. He makes him step inside. That's what the quick ones do. They're so quick with the stutter step, they'll make you step inside. And boy, by the time you bite on that inside step, boom, it's over. It's over. And if you're a 4.2 football speed, there's no recovery for this guy. And even right here, you think about what he does. He tries to kind of get in the lane of where he's running. But if you're quick, he just runs past him.
And like how
doesn't
you
run
get out of your
past him.
stance and everything like that. But
he let the guy stay in phase with him. This is exactly what he's explaining. The guy is not, he's fast, but we're not watching quickness. And when you're not quick, even a 4.4, you ever noticed? You'll get these receivers, they're running 4.3s. And you're asking yourself, how are they being held by a cornerback that's running a 4.45? How are they being held by a cornerback that's running a 4.6? 4.6 cornerback has pretty good technique, gets his hand on them, runs in phase, and they don't get to use the advantage of their speed on those type of cornerbacks. But the problem is when you get these guys who got wiggle, they are an absolute problem. They're a problem. Their hips are hard to watch because you get too much into the hips. They do the stutter steps and boom, they blow right past you. This is the problem that we're seeing with Matthew Golden.
But at a certain point, you can't.
See, this is one of them things that you got to work with wide receivers on. The step, you just got to put more effort into this. But the problem is when you're not explosive and you're not quick, these steps don't mean a lot to a really good cornerback. Look at this.
People talk about Matthew Golden and, I heard
now the move that he got him, dipped him out and dipped him in, well, there's no hope on that.
One say that he was between Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill as an athlete. And to me, that's just like you saw the RAS score and you're kind of letting that do the talking. I'm still very.
No, I don't see Tyreek Hill. No, Tyreek Hill and Waddle, they got football speed. Them boys quick. They quick. They're not just fast, they're quick. They're quick. Look at the stutter steps them dudes run. No, they're quick.
Very high on Matthew Golden, and I think he probably is faster than I gave him credit for.
Now, do you see the routes they got him running? Why does he keep running the comebacks, the digs? Why didn't he try to take this guy all the way and just say, I'll just outrun him? I'm just wondering if some of this is the route concepts. It's the route concepts. Because again, where are the go routes? Where are they?
Initially, but I would definitely not say that he has elite speed in terms of his play speed, at least. And my wide receiver.
Interesting. Very interesting. Again, Matthew Golden, I would like to see some more tape on what is going on with the quickness. Speed is one thing. Where's the quickness? Where's the football speed? Intelligent Savage says Kyle Williams, Washington State, wide receiver number 7, route runner, Amari Cooper feet to me. Yeah, because I'm telling you, man, you got to have the quickness with this stuff. You got to have the quickness. You do. Abeka is the pretty Robin to our Batman. Yeah, he seemed like he would be a solid number 2. Trade back and then back up and give us 2 additional picks. Yeah, I would love to do that if they don't have Tet. I'm just saying the Cowboys could do something very strategic here. I would really consider if I were the Cowboys. I would really consider trading backwards. But the only way I'm doing this is I'm going to get Travion Henderson, or I'm going to get Amarian Hampton, Travion Henderson preferably. And the only way I'm trading back is, of course, I can get that 4th round draft pick back, but also maybe I say in the 2nd, and I really do some calling around to kind of see kind of like where everyone is, maybe faking a trade or 2 here and see kind of where I am. Can I get back there? And can I get a Travion Williams? And maybe I don't have to get a Mecca, because a Mecca and Tet are going, I believe, in the 1st. I believe both of them are going in the 1st. I'm not going to be surprised if Matthew Golden is going in the 1st. But again, if I'm the Cowboys, man, I got to see if I can get my hands on. I have got to see if I can get my hands on Savion Williams. We need to look at Jack Beck too. Definitely need to look at Jack Beck. It looks like he's got Jack Beck going at number 2. You just mentioned Kyle Williams. Got to check him out. But I want to see what he's talking about with Burton III.
Receiver 1 is Luther Burden out of Missouri. And it's important to make the point here that these are, for the most part, purely just tape grades. I'm very selective when it comes to factoring in off-field concerns in the negative direction for players. Occasionally there's somebody where the off-field reviews are just like so overwhelmingly negative that I've got to be real about them. Like Jermaine Burton last year, I had an early 2nd round grade on him based on the tape. Would have
Boy, this move right here is nice. This is nice right here. Let me see if I can go up a little bit. Boy, this move is nice.
Got to be real about them. Like Jermaine Burton last year, I had
this is nice.
An early 2nd round grade on him based on the tape. Would have been a top 32 player for me, solely looking at that. But everything you hear about him, whether it's talking to scouts.
Now, I don't know if you're noticing it already. This is kind of my first time looking at tape on him. Luther Burden III looks different than Matthew Golden. If you told me that one of these 2 wide receivers runs a 4.29 40, I would believe it's Burden just based on 2 plays. I would just, you can see the quickness, the feet, you can see everything just immediately on 2 plays of Burden.
Or
immediately.
Like people that are super plugged in, like Daniel Jeremiah, Dan Brugler. It just seems like this dude is a head case in terms of football character.
Wait a minute. Look at him again. Some of y'all have already seen this stuff. I already like what Burden does.
Tape would have been a top 32 player for me, solely looking at that. But everything you hear about
Burden has got the head movements,
or like people that are super plugged in, like Daniel Jeremiah, Dane Brugler. It just seems like
Watch
this dude is a head case in terms of football character. So I decided to lower his grade to a more realistic range. With Luther Burden, there's a lot of stuff that's come out about his practice habits and like diva tendencies or whatever. I actually wouldn't deny the validity of that. And if I cared more about being right with these rankings.
You notice how he looks different than Matthew Golden. When he makes the head fake and when he comes out of the step, when he comes out of that break where he knows he's about to make his move towards where he's getting. You notice how much faster it is? Look at the separation that this kid is getting. Okay. I see what's up.
To a more realistic range. With Luther Burden, there's a lot of stuff that's come out about his practice habits and like diva tendencies or whatever. I actually wouldn't deny the validity.
Now, let me tell you what he's saying here. Without even knowing Luther Burden III. Let me just tell you what he's saying here. Does this remind y'all of anybody? Does this remind y'all of anybody that he's saying about what he's saying about Luther Burden? Luther Burden, you think about some of the things that he's saying. Luther Burden is sounding similar to a Dez Bryant. Dez Bryant was a freak athlete, period, in the story. And anybody who remember about Dez in college, man, it was some crazy stuff going on. But let me tell you something about these type of wide receivers like a Luther Burden III. Dez Bryant is from my backyard in East Texas. There are just certain players. They know they're good. Let me tell you something. When you're really some of these guys, when they're this good and they're this dominant, they pretty much know, hey, man, I know what it is. I know who I am. I know what I bring to the table. I'm a bad boy, and I'm going to act like I'm a bad boy. It is what it is with these type of people. It is what it is. I mean, you just imagine. I bet you Luther Burden III, if you go back and look at his high school career, I bet you this dude was an absolute monster in high school. I bet you he was an absolute monster in high school. Luther Burden knows what he is. When you see these type of guys, and you got to look for the balance in them. You got to look for the balance in the swagger, the arrogance, and are they coachable? And so the question becomes with Luther Burden III, and I guarantee you this is what a lot of teams who are looking at Luther Burden III, they're looking at, okay, we know about some of the stuff, because let me tell you, these guys actually know stuff that we don't even know. They go to them coaches, and those coaches are actually telling them the stuff that they didn't tell anybody, the stuff that they didn't write them up for, the stuff that they got them out for. They know all this stuff. They know all this stuff, but they're also back there saying, hey, man, let me tell you something. When you hear about a guy like Luther Burden III and he's still playing football and people are saying these things about him, you better believe that there's some coach back there saying, hey, man, let me tell you something. I'm just going to tell you, you're really going to have to manage him. But once you get him on the field, he's going to be everything you want. And I'm telling you, teams are willing to do this type of stuff. Burden looks nasty just on a few plays. I'm telling you, he know what he is. He knows what he is. He know he good. I'm sorry, he just knows he good. Yeah, I don't know what you can do about it. This kid knows he's good.
Of that, and if I cared more about being right with these rankings, I'd probably factor that in more and adjust them to probably the early 20s or late teens on my board. And I know a lot of people watch these kind of videos, especially for certain positions for like fantasy football purposes. So, if you're watching this to try to figure out who to draft in your dynasty league or whatever, I would definitely take that into account with Luther Burden. But I have him as a top 10 player in this class purely based on the film. And even when you account for some of the football character stuff that's got him falling, out of the first round in mock drafts, I think just based on the on-field evaluation, he's one of the more underrated first to second round players in this class. He had a very disappointing 2023 season.
Now, look at this. I want to show you a couple of things on this tape that you didn't see from Matthew Golden, who is way faster than this kid. I want to show you two things you didn't see.
Some of the football character stuff that's got him.
Watch this last. Watch the last move he makes. The last move he's about to make on this cornerback lets you know he's a strong kid. Watch the separation with the hand playing and stuff they're doing. Watch that last boost of separation.
Falling, out of the first round in mock drafts. I think just based
Watch him right
on
there at
the
the end.
on-field evaluation, he's one of the more underrated first to second round players.
You didn't see this from Matthew
class.
Golden. Look,
he had a very.
Is it the play design? You didn't see this from Golden. Every time that Golden would run one of these plays, what would they do? A comeback. Did they not know how fast he was? This is not what you're seeing with Golden. He ran right between these guys, ran off of them.
Very disappointing
Ran off on him.
2023 season in terms
And
of
the throw is
production.
underthrown.
Barely reached half of his receiving yardage total from last year, but I actually came away from his 2024 tape with a higher grade on him than I had heading into the year because I thought he answered a lot of the questions that I wanted to see based on his 2023 tape. To me, his decline in production was entirely a result of his situation and usage. His quarterback, Brady Cook, played through a wrist injury and was much less effective and accurate. That eliminated a lot of his catchable downfield opportunities. You watch him in 2020.
Again, you remember what I said about Matthew Golden? Look back. Watch this.
Watch
Watch this kid's feet. The foot movement. The cornerback can't do. He freezes him and runs right past him. You don't see Matthew Golden do this?
That I wanted to see based on his 2023 tape. To me, his decline in production was entirely a result of his situation and usage. His quarterback, Brady Cook, played through a wrist injury and was much less effective and accurate. That eliminated a
Watch his feet. Watch his feet.
lot of his catchable.
It's over. It's over right there. It's over. There's no hope. It's over.
Downfield opportunities.
Look at
there. You watch him in 2023. Burden is the king of the slot fade. He was targeted 13 times on slot fades last year. He only had 5 slot fade targets in 2024, and only 2 of them were catchable. So that's a huge portion of his explosive plays that were just taken off.
Underthrown. Now, again, I'm asking the question, is it the route design with Matthew Golden? Why are we not seeing these type of routes? Why are we not seeing the post routes? Why are we not seeing the seam routes?
Table.
I'm wondering what's going on with Golden.
Coordinator, I thought, did very little to feature him, and he was kind of at certain points like an afterthought in Missouri's offense. There was that article that came out about how, you know, he's a 5-star recruit, and Missouri had to kiss his ass to get him to stay there. It's
remember what I just told you? He's a 5-star recruit. Yeah, he knows he's good. He knows he's absolutely good. And the problem is he's also, man, this dude is playing against competition that really is not a match for him. They're no match for him.
It's like,
look at this.
How about you kiss his ass
He's just
by
running back.
throwing him the football? I mean, that's the first place that my mind would go. When you watch Missouri's passing game, it's like he'd get a couple screen targets. He'd run a bunch of decoy motion routes, a lot of clear outs, and then at the end of the game, they'd be down 7, and they're like, hey, don't we have this 5-star, like, best recruit in program history? Why don't we throw him the ball to bail us out of this situation? And he always came through because he's a great player. He's built like a running back, has a really compact frame.
Answer me again. Savage, I hope you're still down there in the bottom. You tell me what you're seeing here. Is it with Matthew Golden? Is it play design, route design, or are we watching that they didn't think he could do this? Because why is Matthew Golden not running these plays? And again, notice what I told you. Golden didn't seem to be running off on players.
And he always came through because he's a great
Look at this. He is going to literally run off on both of these players.
player. He's built like a running back, has a really
How does he run off on these two? How does he run off on these two and we don't see Matthew Golden do it? Now, I can tell you, I think another piece of this that's going on. I think people know exactly who this dude is too. And they're playing him so scarcely, don't know what he's going to do. He just runs right past
He
him.
always came through because he's a great player. He's built like a running back, has a
it's over. Safety, too late. Safety, too late, bro.
Compact
Bye-bye.
frame, and he
It's
is
over.
an absolute weapon after the catch. Led
Golly,
FBS receivers
man.
with 30 forced missed tackles in 2024. He's elusive, powerful, and fast as a runner, but I do think that his yak ability has led some people to kind of underestimate the completeness of his game.
Okay, I see what's going on here. You're not seeing this from Golden. You're not seeing this from
Powerful
Golden.
and fast as a runner, but I do think that his yak ability has led some
Look at his
people
feet.
to kind of
Watch his feet.
underestimate the completeness of his game.
The hips and the
I don't
feet.
think he's
That skip.
limited to this slot-only
This dude is
gadget
nasty,
role.
bro.
Like,
Look. Okay, I see what's up. See, you're not seeing this from Golden. There's a difference. Burden is quicker than Golden. He's more explosive. This is
the
exactly what we're seeing.
completeness of his game.
Look at this.
I don't think he's limited to this
Yeah, he's quicker.
slot-only gadget role.
Boom. Twisted this dude up, man.
Like, to me, he's a true downfield separator who can be a vertical threat, an intermediate route runner, but then also one of the best receivers after the catch in the NFL. He has really good burst off the line of scrimmage to stack man coverage. The second gear, I think, maintains vertical separation, but doesn't really build on it. And then he can snap off routes at sharp angles, create separation out of the break. That was the biggest area of improvement, I thought, from 2023 to 2024. Last year, I felt like he kind of just relied on his athleticism to separate. This year, his footwork was a lot more crisp and nuanced, and really took a step forward in that area. Over the last 2 seasons, his drop rate is just 4.5%. Contested catch rate was
the feet. The feet on this dude. Look at this.
Drop rate is just 4.5%. Contested catch rate.
Bam. Ooh. Hey, bro, you leaning. It's over with. Shoulder lean, bro. It's over. You out of here.
It was 56%.
You out of here, bro.
Outstanding focus, tracking the ball over his shoulder.
Yeah,
sometimes he could be a little bit more aggressive attacking the ball in the air, but overall, really solid ball skills. Again, the football character stuff does kind of concern me. And, you know, if I was worried about like people looking back at my board a few years later and, you know, thinking I'm smart, I would probably.
Okay, I see. Hadn't seen tape on him like that before, Savage. Appreciate you. Hadn't seen tape on him like that before. That boy nice. Yeah. That boy there. Woo. That boy there. I see it. Yep, I see it. He nice. Man. Whoo. Iceberg Slim. Burden the third is going to make me break my rules on wide receivers below 6 feet. That boy nice. He got feet on him. He quick. He got hips. He got feet. He nice. Savion Williams, most explosive wide receiver that I've seen so far. I think Savion is probably a little bit more explosive with the ball in his hands. But Luther Burden III with the ball in his hands, boy, they both nice. They both nice, man. Whew. Man. Robert M., I said the same thing. He's a possession receiver. He's a pure wide receiver. That's exactly what you're going to get. And I said it when I watched tape on him. The thing with Ted McMillan, and you got to consider this, nothing more, nothing less. I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing to you. It depends on what you want. Ted McMillan, nothing more. Nothing more. The feet, you can get those feet better. You can get those hips better, but he's a taller wide receiver. And I'm telling you, a lot of these taller wide receivers and cornerbacks, getting that wiggle is tough. This is one of the reasons why some of the bigger guys are not wide receivers. What are they? Tight ends. They're tight ends. You don't get a lot of freak tight ends with the wiggle. You get a bigger kid with wiggle, he's not a tight end. He's typically a wide receiver. So this is kind of what you're looking at when you're looking at these guys. And again, Ted McMillan, it is what it is. He's kind of thinking the same way I'm thinking on Ted McMillan. Spider-Man hands, check. Route running, check. Jump balls, check. Red zone, check. Zone coverage, check. What you're not going to get from Ted McMillan on a regular basis. Foot race, running off on somebody. No, you're not going to get that a lot. Putting moves on somebody and taking it to the crib. Nah, you're probably not going to get that either. Are you going to be able to use him on jet sweeps? No, you're probably not going to be able to do that either. Is he going to be a versatile wide receiver to where you can do multiple things with Ted McMillan? Nope, 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 nope. And there's nothing wrong with that as long as he goes up and gets the balls that you want. But understand that's what he is. Now, again, I just say Savion Williams. Savion Williams, he's a little bit different. Because with Savion Williams, you say, well, he can't catch as good. Maybe we can get him on the jug machines. Because he said something strange about him. He catches the contested catches. It's the easy ones that he struggles with. And could that be a lack of focus? Because Savion Williams, and this is one of the things that if I was talking to him, I would be digging into his psyche. Talk to me about the drops. Why are you dropping the ball? Is it your hands? Is it that your hands are not good? Or is it you're not looking the ball in as much as you are trying to get the ball in your hands and hurry up and turn up the field? That happens to some guys like him because they're so exciting with the ball in their hands and they want to just quickly get it in their hands. This is one of the things that when you teach wide receivers, one of the things that I used to do is you get tennis balls outside the jug machines. You get tennis balls and you walk around and you squeeze tennis balls all day long. That will get your hands used to gripping the ball. As soon as it hits your hands, boom, it just builds a natural reflex of hands catching, hands catching, hands catching. So then you start creating focus. You throw tennis balls and, hey, look it in. Look it in. Look, tuck. I used to teach my sons this. Look it all the way into your hands, tuck it, then run. Sometimes when you get a wide receiver that's as explosive as Savion Williams, their only focus is get it and turn it up. You got to teach them. Slow it down. Get it, tuck it, go. Some guys can't do that. So I would be dealing with Savion Williams and trying to figure out, because sometimes not catching a ball is more of a psyche thing than a hands thing. It's a psyche thing. Because he's got to be able to catch, because he's catching some crazy contested balls. How is he catching those crazy contested balls, but he's not catching the easy ones? That's probably a lack of concentration, a lack of focus, because he's so interested in turning it up. I would really have to bring Savion Williams in. I mean, I'd have to have a serious talk with Savion Williams. I got to have a serious talk. I got to have a serious talk with Savion Williams. When I think of the versatility, this is what I know about Savion Williams. You're getting more than a wide receiver. I'm getting more than a wide receiver with Savion Williams. Savion Williams is the type of player that you say, man, if I don't throw it to him, boy, he'll run a jet sweep way better than CeeDee Lamb. He'll run a jet sweep way better than Kevontae Turpin. He will probably be the best. I mean, immediately getting the ball in his hands, man, he's going to be one of the top 3 dudes on the team. Savion Williams, you can say, if we don't throw it to him, the versatility. Hey, let's put him in the screen game. Wide receiver screen. Psh, let him run it. All we need to do with Savion Williams, from what we've seen, is just get the ball in his hand. Hey, 2 to 3 times a game. Direct snap it to him. 4th and 1. We ain't got to do. We don't have to do goal line no more. We got Savion Williams. Pitch it to him. Pitch it to him. Oh, hey, Dak, go out at the wide receiver spot. This is going to be a direct snap to Savion Williams. And if you don't watch Dak Prescott, Savion Williams, we're going to put this play in, and we're going to probably do it maybe 5 or 6 times this year. Direct snap, you run it to the outside. Dak Prescott, if he's open on the sideline, throw it to him, Dak step out of bounds. Savion Williams, you're going to get more than a wide receiver. Boy, you got to really think on this one. He's the most explosive that I've seen. He's the most explosive that I've seen. But, man, let me tell you, Luther Burden III, I see what all the hoopla is. The dude knows he's talented. Bottom line. Luther Burden III, without knowing him, I've met people like this in my life. Luther Burden is so naturally gifted at what he does. When you get people like that, man, you got to put show enough coaches around them. You got to put show enough coaches around them because they're already so good. You got to keep them interested in, bro, you can be better. You can be better. You can be better. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. And boy, they're gonna have to really have some conversations because I've seen some places where Luther Burden III, I think, is on the Cowboys. Robert M., again, you just said what I'm just saying. Massive upside, Swiss Army. Boy, you getting more than a wide receiver with this dude. You're getting more than a wide receiver with him. You are. That's what you're looking at with Luther Burden III. And I'm telling you, man, now looking at this tape on these guys, Matthew Golden looks a little bit different to me. Matthew Golden looks a little bit different to me. If I was the Cowboys, there is no way that I'm spending the number 12th overall pick on Matthew Golden. Burden III. Burden III is going to go at the top of the draft. Now I see why. I think they got him ranked. Let me see who they got taking Luther Burden III. They got Luther Burden III going in the first round. I wouldn't even be surprised, guys. I wouldn't even be surprised if Luther Burden III was taken before. If Ted McMillan get past the Cowboys, I wouldn't be surprised if Luther Burden III goes before Ted McMillan. The way they're slandering this kid, Ted McMillan, man, let me tell you something. Luther Burden III is one of those kids that is so talented, people will be willing to put up with some mess when you're talking about that level of talent. They will. Because some of these pro teams, they think they can manage it. They do, including Jerry Jones. Including Jerry Jones. Think they can manage it. Let me see what Luther Burden III. So here's Luther Burden III. So they got a cluster of wide receivers going right here at the top of the second round. They got Golden, Emeka, and Burden III. Cleveland, New York, Tennessee. But I could actually see all three of these guys going in the first. I could see all three of them going in the first. Just depends. But they got all three of them going in the first. And again, back here, I love this. I ain't going to hate on this. They got Travion Henderson going to the Cowboys back here in the second round. I'm definitely not hating on that. That's what they got back there at the back. So those receivers right there, they will not. And that's why the Cowboys, they're going to have to make a decision. Let me see. They're saying the Cowboys are going to go defensive line, Deion Walker in the third round. And so that means Savion Williams. And they're saying that Savion Williams is going to be a compensatory pick. Interesting. He's going to be a compensatory pick at 102 for the Detroit Lions. Interesting. Very interesting. Man, the draft's going to be exciting. I can't wait to see where some of these guys go. All right, we'll look at some more of this. Appreciate you, Savage. I'm going to look at some of the running back stuff, and we'll look at that as we go on. Hoping the Micah Parsons nonsense, man. I'm just tired of this stuff. Tired of it. Ready for the Cowboys to get this junk done. And can we work on Micah Parsons not being a distraction? I'm just tired of it. D-Webb, what's up? Yeah, man, I was thinking the same thing. He's kind of looking like Dez Bryant, wasn't he? That dude, Luther Burden III, man. Boy. That boy looking nice. Luther Burden III's got not a lot of natural ability. I can see it. Hey, Iceberg Slim. Bro, he got a lot of natural ability. And this is probably where some of his arrogance comes in. The dude knows he's good. He does. Robert Dudley, $1 million ability and 10-cent head on his shoulders. Yeah, they definitely better get in some guys to talk to. Yeah. Again, intelligent. That's exactly what I was saying. When it comes to Matthew Golden, I'm looking at the play design. It's like they didn't trust him to do some of the stuff that Luther Burden III was doing. That boy Luther Burden, though, hips, footwork, head movements, I don't know what they talk about this dude. It's natural, but hey, man, he must work on this stuff on his own. I mean, I saw a lot of great body control by Luther Burden III. A lot of great body control. And you know what's funny about Luther Burden III? He plays way bigger than he is. Luther Burden plays way bigger than he is. He does. Alfredo Morales, boys, some people like this, Freddie. Alfredo, we can't even answer it. Alfredo says, why is he so good and he can't be humble and not act like he's the best thing sliced bread? These young guys nowadays, they act like being humble is a sin or against the law. Yeah, man. There's just some guys like that. It is. Yeah, boy. It tells you, boy, that jab, that boy Burden with them jabs is crazy. Man, that boy nasty with them jabs. Hey, that boy is nasty. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys got Luther Burden. I wouldn't. Tony Perry, he said, gee, I'm sold. Luther Burden. Luther Burden, yeah, hey, man. That boy Luther Burden, I see what the hoopla is about now. Ron, I'm with you. The Cowboys need to double dip. I agree. The Cowboys need to double dip. If I was the Cowboys, hey, man, get Burden and Savion. Get Burden and Savion. I would. I get both of them. Boy, Marlon Dillard. Hey, I bet he's on some people's board. And I bet there are some people that are saying some things about him. Boy. He nice. Iceberg, you hitting it on the head, I believe. They're not sleeping on him. He got to grow up. Burden is a bad man. He is. Yeah, he nice. Bet on Ted. Stop the slander. This smear campaign is wild. Yeah, it is. And again, with Ted McMillan, you're going to get exactly what you want. A pure wide receiver. That's what you're going to get from Ted McMillan. Nothing wrong with that. That's what you're going to get. But if you want explosive, key in on what Stephen Jones and Brian Schottenheimer said. We want an explosive number 2 wide receiver. Well, if there's 2 wide receivers to me, that if I'm just talking pure explosiveness, Luther Burden III, Savion Williams. That's what I'm looking at. If I'm talking explosive, those are the 2. But Ted McMillan, he's going to be exactly what he is. T. McMillan is going to be what you want. He's going to be a pure, unadulterated receiver. And it's, again, nothing more, nothing less. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing more, nothing less, especially if you're talking about the number 2. But again, boy, when I look at explosive, nah, Savion Williams is jumping off the film. He's just jumping off the film. He is. That's what I'm thinking too, intelligent. That's why I would have to really have a sit down with Savion Williams and have a real good talk about why all the drops. Because to me, it seems like he's trying to hurry up, get the ball in his hands, because he knows how dangerous he is with the ball in his hands. Yeah, psychological. Yep, that's what I said. Yeah, you can teach that. You can teach. You can really work with people on the focus. And he's got great focus. It's obvious he can bring in the contested catches. So what's the problem with the wide open ones? I think he's getting a little anxious and trying to get the ball and turn it up. Oh, I'm not going to be surprised at the way Cowboy if they get Ted. Jerry said, I've been saying for at least a year, Parsons is very overrated. If he would move to the middle, he might be better. If a great trade comes along, get it while we still can, please. Boy, hey, man. Jerry Fagan, man, you preaching to the choir, but I don't think the Cowboys going to do it. Yeah, intelligent. Best footwork, Luther Burden III. Best footwork, Luther Burden III without question. Best footwork out of everybody. Nasty work. Yes, sir, I'm with you. Nasty work. Nasty work. Mr. Shoddy, I've been saying the same thing. Draft for offense. Go in this free agency. Go and get Trey Hendrickson. Make a trade. Get Asante Samuel Jr. Get Calais Campbell. Go out there and get this defense in free agency. And if you want to bring along a couple of developmental pieces, get those at the back of the draft. But in the top part of the draft, I would love to see 2 wide receivers. And then in the 5th, a second running back. I would. I think the Cowboys are betting big on Kyrie Elam, y'all. I think the Cowboys want Kyrie Elam to be that cornerback. I do. Boy, Quentin Scott, you're right. Players are like air candy. Which one? I know what you're saying. He said pause. I know what you're saying. Yeah, hey, I'm excited about the draft. I am. All right, guys, I appreciate you rocking with me. Today is Tuesday. We'll be back tomorrow, and I probably will do another 11 a.m. because I'm pretty sure there will be some news about the Cowboys. We grinding. We're trying to get our way to 10,000 subscribers by the end of April. Y'all keep rocking with me. Keep sharing. Keep subscribing. Until the next time, let's talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Peace.